Chapter 4309. Never had he, Han Xie, imagined that Lin Ling was actually formidable to such an extent. Lin Ling, you're already struggling on your deathbed. Ancient theurgy, calming incantation, cleansing altar incantation, house suppressing incantation. Looking at the glazed empress again, her eyes were also red. The 6 divine beasts around her were also roaring at the sky. She needed these 6 divine beasts to sacrifice to the heavens in order to use this ancient divine technique. Only then could she borrow this ancient power from the hands of the deceased god. As she silently chanted the incantation, her aura was increasing rapidly. Waves of divine wind blew out from her body. The fierce wind and green lightning above Lin Ling's had also strangely disappeared at this moment. However, the inside of the main hall was terrifying. Leave this place. The people in the main hall and Han Xie had all broken the walls and rushed out of the main hall. After all, the white light had completely faded and could no longer stop them. The reason why they wanted to leave was because they sensed that an even more terrifying taboo was about to erupt. However, before they left, they took a deep look at Lin Ling. Their eyes were filled with fear. This was because Lin Ling had been fighting for so long, but he had not fallen. Moreover, facing Luli Empress's final attack, Lin Ling did not run away. Instead, he seemed to want to fight with all his strength. Both of them are top-notch experts in the 9 prefectures. They have a grudge between them. No wonder Lin Ling did not run away. I think he also wants to settle that grudge and settle it once and for all. Let's leave quickly. I can feel that suffocating power. They rushed out of the main hall and then drifted far away. However, their eyes were still fixed in the direction of the underground palace. They saw that there was a big hole in the ceiling of the underground palace. Fierce wind kept blowing in, as if it was blowing away the bond between Lin Ling and Luli Empress for thousands of generations. At this moment, the powerhouses near the underground palace were all staring at the underground palace. They knew what was going on now, so they were waiting for everything to happen. Curse of 3. But at this moment, a cold voice finally sounded from the underground palace, and it actually carried a wisp of irresistible majesty. Rumble! Dark clouds loomed over the sky, covering the firmament. 3 incomparably terrifying forces fell from the sky like fireballs. Upon closer inspection, these were no longer forces. They were simply 3 ancient gods. These 3 forces were wind, lightning, and fire. These ancient powers were so strong that they could destroy the physical body, extinguish the soul, and destroy the divine embryo. Goodbye, Li Xiaoyao. Under the bombardment of the 3 forces, Luli Empress slowly floated out of the underground palace under the escort of the 6 divine beasts. Boom! Boom! The underground palace began to shake, but what shocked everyone was that even under the pressure of such a terrifying force, the underground palace was not destroyed. Instead, there was a dazzling light that constantly gushed out from the holes in the underground palace, making it seem as if the underground palace had turned into a furnace. What a dazzling light! That power is only effective against living creatures. A powerhouse felt a sense of fear in his heart. Even though he was far away, he could still feel the majesty that could kill everything. Looking at the underground palace again, Lin Ling raised his sword to resist. He realized that the divine steps used by Luli Empress were very strange. It seemed to have the power of the great Tao. This was because the divine steps were ineffective against inanimate objects, but only against living creatures. Legend has it that the great Tao comes from the mouth of a deity. With a silent recitation of the incantation, the heavens and earth would change. This must be the power. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Now, he could choose to fuse the stage 3 innate talent or activate the divine steps of wisdom. But he didn't do so, because he knew that today's battle in the spirit kingdom wouldn't end so quickly. Old friend, let's fight it together. Suddenly, Lin Ling said to Tyrannical Singer Sword. Ever since Tyrannical Singer Sword had obtained a broken sword in the 9th mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, coupled with Lin Ling's bitter cultivation in the eternal kingdom, all of his divine power had been activated. However, Lin Ling's strength was too strong, so Tyrannical Singer Sword's divine power was of little value. But Lin Ling knew that tyrannical Singer's sword wasn't that simple. God Emperor Zhang had once said that the owner of the scabbard was very strong and terrifying. Now, Lin Ling wanted to use this pressure to activate the hidden power of tyrannical Singer sword. Destroy and establish. Without destruction, how could one establish? Rumble. In the sky, the three forces continued to suppress Lin Ling, blasting him towards the ground. Finally, he broke through the ground, as if he wanted to reach the center of the island and even penetrate the island. Rumble. The entire island was shaking violently, which made everyone's eyes tremble. As for Luli Empress and Han Xie, their faces were solemn. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so tenacious. Sword, wake up. Lin Ling still maintained his posture with his sword in front of him as he continued to roar. As he resisted with all his strength, although the powerful force above his head was blocked by tyrannical Singer sword, the wind and flames continued to attack Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling's skin cracked and was dripping with blood. Cracks also appeared on his diamond body. The Human King and Thunderlock were extremely dim. Boom. As he continued to fall, Lin Ling suddenly realized that he had been rushed into a mysterious void. It was pitch black, like a starry sky. A man was tied there by a chain that pierced through his body. The chain was pure white and had a large number of runes flashing on it. It was very mysterious. God Emperor Zhang. Lin Ling's eyes swept across the room and he was shocked. It's you. The man opened his eyes and instantly recognized Lin Ling, because he had met Lin Ling once in Starry Sky Forest. Beside him, there was a gray skeleton that was half the height of a human sitting there. However, when it saw Lin Ling, the skeleton lifted its head and revealed a human-like surprise. It was the Skeleton King that Lin Ling had come into contact with in Starry Sky Forest. However, it was dispirited and seemed to be trapped. Kakaka. It immediately made a strange sound at the man. You are Lin Ling, right? If you want the sword to awaken, you need a sea of blood as a sacrifice to the sword. When the man heard what the skeleton said, he seemed to know that Lin Ling was in a difficult situation. Hence, he immediately said, "Let go of the murderous intent that you have suppressed for many years." Murderous intent? Lin Ling's eyes dilated. He didn't know how many people he had killed in his life. However, after going to the final world, the murderous intent was gradually suppressed and controlled by him. Now, he wanted to let go of the desire to kill? Kill as you wish. That is the sword that kills demons. If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. The man's voice floated again and Lin Ling seemed to understand something. Kill himself first. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with madness. He suddenly withdrew his sword and stabbed tyrannical Singer's sword into his body. Sush. Chapter 43:10. Killing was killing and it was also the end. But at some point, the end was also the birth. Only by killing oneself could the killing path be born. Beneath the island, a sea of blood was spreading, and the space had already turned into a blood-red color. Within it, a figure was bent over with his hands spread out. His entire body was trembling, and he was letting out low and deep sounds like that of a demonic beast. Lin Ling sensed that the rolling sea of blood had drowned his entire body and soul, leaving only killing in his world. Beside him, the blood-red tyrannical song sword was also trembling, releasing a terrifying desire to kill the world. As for the sword hilt, it was now flowing with the water of the sea of blood. At this moment, the Demon Slayer sword seemed to have awakened. Demon Slayer. In the distance, God Emperor Zhang also looked at this scene solemnly. It was as if he had returned to the era of the gods and saw the lunatic who made the ghosts and gods cry. That lunatic had once killed billions of gods in the era of the gods. In the end, an ancient almighty took action, and his head was cut off by a divine sword the size of a willow leaf. Lin Ling, remember, kill for what? Suddenly, God Emperor Zhang also shouted. He was afraid that Lin Ling would be drowned in killing intent. In the rolling sea of blood, a pitch-black figure was still roaring. Above the sea of blood, three forces pressed down, but they were blocked by the sea of blood. Kill for what? As Lin Ling roared, he suddenly let out a suspicious voice. In his mind, which was occupied by the sea of blood, faces also appeared. You. And you are. Ancestor Dian. Emon Yenshin. Di Shirdian. There were too many. I don't kill for the world, I only kill for my family and friends. Lin Ling finally raised his head. At this moment, the sword hilt hanging behind him quietly floated out a black shadow. It was a burly old man. His long hair scattered like wild grass. He was pitch black as if he came from the underworld. This time, the old man was no longer headless. The ancient god language suddenly floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, causing God Emperor Zhang Gang's eyes to tremble. This was because this was no longer Lin Ling's voice. It was the voice of the devil that had disappeared for countless years. Grim demon, wake up. Emperor God Zhang Gang said to Little Skeleton instinctively. Then he revealed a smile. Xiudua. At this moment, a blood sword slashed out. Rumble. In the sky, the three ancient divine techniques were slashed apart by a blood-red ray of light. The ray of light shot into the sky, and then a roiling sea of blood gushed out from the ground. Within the sea of blood, a pitch-black figure followed the sea of blood and silently stepped into the sky. The steps of murder. Looking at Lin Ling who was leaving, Emperor God Zhang Gang's eyes continued to tremble. This was because he knew that it was difficult to awaken the sword of Grim Demon. After Grim Demon had fallen, many people in the era of gods had obtained his sword hilt. However, they didn't awaken the sword in the end. Instead, they were killed by the sword. This was because if one didn't want to be killed by the sword, the only way was to find the broken sword. However, the broken sword had been scattered all over the world. How could one find it in a short period of time? Only by finding the broken sword of Grim Demon and killing himself could he resolve the killing. Lin Ling, you have successfully resolved the killing. Looking at the roiling sea of blood rushing towards the island, Emperor God Zhang Gang finally knew that the young man he had seen back then had also stepped into the era of gods. At this moment, the island was like hell on earth. On the ground, there were continuous roars. Flames and smoke shot into the sky. From afar, the entire ground was filled with holes, as though it was the remains of a war between gods. In the sky, two huge statues stood tall in the sky. When they collided, there was an intense storm. It was as though two worlds were colliding. Countless experts of the spirit kingdom had fallen because of this. However, near the underground palace, everyone looked at the underground palace. Their faces were solemn as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. However, they couldn't care less about wiping their sweat. Instead, they swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Lin Ling, is he dead? Under the deafening heaven and earth, an old voice, mixed with disbelief, quietly floated out. However, just as these words were spoken, a bloody light shot into the sky from the broken ceiling of the underground palace. It cut the forbidden power in the sky into two halves. Next, an endless sea of blood spread out, causing the underground palace to erupt like a volcano. However, it was a sea of blood that spewed out. He's not dead. Almost instantly, countless experts let out a loud roar. Han Xie and Luli Empress's pupils were trembling. Their faces were pale as they kept shaking their heads. Ancient divine skills can't kill him. Luli Empress finally realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. She knew that if she had fought with Lin Ling last time, she would have died without a doubt. Trial taker Lin Ling, he's not dead. Soon after, cries of panic rose in everyone's hearts like a plague, spreading to the entire island. Trial taker Lin Ling. On the majestic island, many people heard that voice. Their hearts felt as though they had been struck by lightning. At this point, they naturally knew who was so arrogant and dared to stir up a storm on the island. However, they originally thought that with Lin Ling's strength alone, it was impossible for him to fight against the entire spirit kingdom. Only now did they realize that Lin Ling could become a new god, a giant in the 9 states. He indeed had the ability. Lin Ling. On the chaotic street, a man looked at the distant sky in shock. He was Maple. Brother, this Lin Ling is so scary. He's like a living god. This is the first time our spirit kingdom has encountered such a shocking invasion. Next to the man, a young man said with a pale face. We are no longer people of the spirit kingdom. Now, let's take advantage of the commotion caused by Lin Ling and leave this place. Maple looked at the sky again, then strode away. Hua Yen Fourth Association. However, just as they started to move, an old and hoarse voice sounded in the underground palace and spread throughout the island. Even the battle between the two gods in the sky stopped and looked deeply at the underground palace. The pupils of one of the scholarly men were condensing. The old man smiled. He was naturally treasure god Nanwufenyu. Now that he saw that Lin Ling was fine, he could finally put down the boulder in his heart. Crush. After that voice, a sword slash appeared in the underground palace. A circular sword slash, with the main hall as the center, followed the horizon and cut through everything. The underground palace was cut open by the sword. The Nine Alley was cut open by the sword. Rumble! The entire island shook as if a demon god had emerged from the earth. Lin Ling, how can you be so powerful? Hurry up and crouch down, don't get cut by the sword. Chapter 43:11. In the sky, Luli Empress and Han Xie's pupils trembled a few more times as fear spread in their hearts. As if the roof of the underground palace had been lifted, a rolling sea of blood began to flow out and drown the earth. In the rolling sea of blood, a figure with long hair fluttering in the wind slowly floated up. This person was dressed in blood red and held a blood red sword in his hand. His entire body was filled with dense killing intent. The moment he appeared, he affected the hearts of thousands of warriors in the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone looked up with trembling pupils. Lin Ling. Yes. Luli Empress and Han Xie also swallowed with difficulty. From Lin Ling's body, they felt a power that surpassed the power of gods. Demon Slayer. Yes. Lord Ning and treasure god Nanwufenyu said at the same time. I didn't expect that the Demon Slayer sword would be taken by him. Moreover, he awakened the sword. You should know that even in the era of gods, no one could awaken the sword. Lord Ning said with surprise. He didn't know that Lin Ling had been collecting broken swords for thousands of years. It was done in a day. This guy, don't let the killing intent invade you. Yes. Treasure god Nanwufenyu said with some worry. Xiao Moho. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling, who was above the sea of blood, had a flash in his eyes. A surge of killing intent burst out and turned into a sword that slashed towards the earth. Rumble! A huge trench was cut in the earth. Above it, a blood-red sword wave rushed towards the crowd like 10,000 horses galloping. Oh my God! Yes! Seeing the huge blood-red sword wave, everyone was so scared that their bodies trembled, and they almost forgot to run. However, before they could react, the sword slashed them in half. Their blood seemed to be sucked into the sea of blood below Lin Ling. Kill! Seeing this, Han Xie also roared angrily and activated 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats to suppress Lin Ling. Sound waves of heartbeats surged out like ripples, but just as they were about to reach Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. A blood-red sword wave appeared and actually cut the sound waves into two. Furthermore, the sword wave did not stop and slashed towards Han Xie. Heart of God. At the critical moment, a crystal-like heart appeared in Han Xie's hand, and he slapped it hard. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out as the sword wave was blocked. However, Han Xie also spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. Looking at the crystal heart in his hand, there was a hair-sized sword wound on it. What a terrifying sword! What kind of power is this? Han Xie's heart trembled, and his gaze towards Lin Ling became even more fearful. The steps of God, and it's probably related to killing. Because killing is tyrannical, these steps of God are also the most ferocious. Not far away, Luli Empress seemed to have noticed something. However, killing is also a double-edged sword. It can kill the enemy, but it can also kill the master. Lin Ling won't be able to control this power for long. Lin Ling, we haven't seen each other for many years. Now that we meet again, Are you going to destroy my spirit nation? At this moment, a huge stone statue appeared in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling majestically. He was Lord Ning. Lin Ling also raised his head slightly and looked indifferently at the godlike expert. He did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and looked at Lord Ning as he slashed with his sword. Sopaka. This sword was very terrifying as it slashed out a rolling sea of blood. Because in the eyes of countless people, the sword turned into a sea of blood and rushed towards Lord Ning. Winter Plum. The huge stone statue was like a god. It stretched out its palm and looked down at the sea of blood rushing up from the ground and pressed down. The power of winter burst out and froze the sea of blood. From afar, the scene was very majestic because a huge sea of blood rushed into the sky. But now it was completely frozen. Everything was so lifelike. What a powerful divine staircase. However, although Lord Ning easily blocked Lin Ling's sword, he also let out a dignified voice. Lin Ling, your opponent is not me, and my opponent is not you. Lord Ning looked at treasure god Nanwufeng Yu in the distance and knew that this peak god was his opponent. Of course, he didn't expect that the current spirit nation would almost be turned upside down because of Lin Ling and treasure god Nanwufeng Yu. 1,000,000 martial gods, move out. Then, Lord Ning let out a low voice as if he was giving the order of a god. As he spoke, a large number of powerful auras soared into the sky from all directions of the island. Then, rays of light formed the aura of divine soldiers and divine generals, and they rushed toward the underground palace with great momentum. 1,000,000 martial gods. These martial gods were all dragon spirits. Looking at the horizon, the sky was filled with experts like locusts. 1,000,000 martial gods are here too. Han Xie's expression changed greatly because he already knew that the spirit nation wasn't as simple as it looked. In the distant continent, there were countless experts. These experts were the group of people that the spirit nation took away when they first arrived in the void of the 9 states tens of thousands of years ago. Now that tens of thousands of years had passed, the strength of those experts had reached an unknown level. Thinking about it, the 1,000,000 martial gods were just a group of them. Lin Ling is going to fight against 1,000,000 martial gods. On the ground, the experts of the spirit nation were also trembling. One person against 1,000,000 martial gods. In the world, other than Lin Ling, who else could be so domineering? The name of Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods of the 9 states, was now deeply engraved in their hearts. Look in all directions and chant. However, seeing the arrival of 1,000,000 martial gods, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. Instead, he stepped on the sea of blood, held his sword diagonally, and attacked. Kill, 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 kill. Rumble. The group of martial gods closest to Lin Ling began to receive Lin Ling's blood sea sword. The blood sea was a murderous aura. Therefore, even if they unleashed their full strength, they couldn't stop the impact of the blood sea and were all killed. With this attack, 30,000 peak martial gods had fallen. However, this was just an appetizer before the slaughter. Next, the blood sea drowned the 1,000,000 martial gods and a figure began to kill wildly. This was because Lin Ling knew that before the giant ghost appeared, he couldn't retreat. He could only kill. 1,000,000 martial gods, he can kill them all. On the ground, looking at the falling corpses and the blood sea that was filled with murderous aura, everyone held their breaths and couldn't even speak properly. Time flew by just like that. 1,000,000 lives kept disappearing and merging into the blood sea. In the end, the murderous aura of the blood sea became 100 times stronger than before. This guy is really going to kill to stop killing. Chapter 43:12. Kill, kill, kill. In the sky, the voices of the millions of martial gods became softer and softer. Only a devilish voice could be heard. It was Lin Ling's voice. Looking at the sky again, it had turned into a sea of blood. There was no one to be seen. The millions of martial gods had been killed without leaving a single one behind. However, the sea of blood seemed to have become denser and its flowing speed had slowed down. In the end, it was completely frozen, as if a large cloud of blood was floating in the sky. His killing intent has begun to recede. Luli Empress suddenly sensed something and was familiar with the power of Lin Ling's Sea of Blood. It turned out that after activating the killing steps, Lin Ling had to kill madly. If he didn't kill enough, Lin Ling would be affected. If he killed to his heart's content, the killing intent would be replenished. It would no longer affect Lin Ling. Of course, after reaching perfection, the power of the Sea of Blood would quietly recede, allowing Lin Ling to return to being an ordinary person. This is a chance. Han Xie floated up and shouted coldly, "Lin Ling, you've killed millions of martial gods. Your death is at hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he actually activated the mysterious talisman, Silent Words. A mysterious language was like a beautiful melody that floated into everyone's heart. Many of the Spirit Nation's experts felt a sense of comfort. Could it be? However, Luli Empress had guessed something. She guessed that Han Xie was activating the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body to control Lin Ling. Lin Ling, be careful of that incantation. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu had obviously sensed this and immediately shouted. Looking at Lord Ning, his face was cold throughout the entire process. Whether it was the millions of martial gods being killed or this trump card, he showed no emotion. At this moment, Lin Ling was lying on the blood sea. After hearing Han Xie's voice, he suddenly floated up strangely. Then, he floated out of the blood sea and flew towards Han Xie. Following his footsteps, the surging sea of blood in the sky also began to retreat, turning into a vortex and disappearing into the sword hilt behind Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, kneel down." "Lin Ling, aren't you very good at killing? Kill another one for me to see." "Ha, Lin Ling, you didn't expect it, did you? One day you would become my subordinate." As he watched Lin Ling walk towards him, Han Xie was undoubtedly excited. This was the fatal blow that he had been hiding. This trump card had been passed down to him by Lord Ning. Hence, he knew that as long as he unleashed this power, no matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would be able to control him and become a member of the Spirit Nation. When he thought of the insufferably arrogant Lin Ling being controlled by him, the excitement in Han Xie's heart was even stronger than when he broke through to the next realm. Lin Ling did not stop walking. He slowly appeared in front of Han Xie and stared coldly at him. "What are you looking at? Kneel down." Seeing this, Han Xie roared angrily, his voice filled with majesty. This also caused the Spirit Nation's experts to react. Then, they all laughed as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. After all, based on Lin Ling's previous killing method, they would have been killed by Lin Ling very soon. Fortunately, Han Xie now had Lin Ling under his control. Once Lin Ling is under the Spirit Nation's control, it will be difficult for him to resist. Since he has killed so many people from the Spirit Nation, he is definitely a sinner of the Spirit Nation. When the time comes, even I can torture him. That's right, I want to shit on his head. Hee, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. The experts of the Spirit Kingdom heaved a sigh of relief and began to converse with smiles on their faces. However, at this moment, Lin Ling raised his sword high. The murderous aura that had yet to fade from the body of the huge sword was still terrifying. "Lin Ling, what are you doing?" However, this method of controlling Lin Ling seemed to have no effect. This was because Lin Ling had already ruthlessly slashed his sword down. This also made Han Xie's eyes widen. However, he didn't run away or resist. Instead, he sped up the casting of the incantations and runes. Even now, he still believed that Lord Ning had left him a trump card. Unfortunately, he didn't know that this kind of trust would bring him a fatal price. "I have no idea what you're talking about." At this moment, Lin Ling spoke for the first time. His voice was extremely domineering. Boom! The sword slashed down and sliced Han Xie into two halves. When the sword landed on the crystal heart, it paused for a moment before slicing the crystal heart into two halves. Crack! A crisp sound rang out and the crystal heart shattered like glass. When he looked at Han Xie again, his originally transparent body had quietly returned to his original appearance. However, from his forehead to between his legs, a blood-red sword mark had appeared. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Why didn't it work? Could it be that Lord Ning had lied to him? Impossible, Lord Ning would never use this matter to deceive him. In the end, he could only think of one possibility. Lin Ling had escaped from the Spirit Nation's control. Damn it, I've been fooled! Han Xie let out an unwilling roar. Then, his body was forcefully torn apart. Blood and flesh rained down from the sky like rain. Naturally, he was indignant. With his strength, even if he couldn't defeat Lin Ling, he wouldn't have been killed so easily by Lin Ling. However, he firmly believed in the power that the Spirit Nation had left in Lin Ling's body, resulting in his current situation. His death undoubtedly affected the evil spirit in the underground palace. This caused it to be at a disadvantage in the battle for consciousness with the giant ghost. Lin Ling is out of control? In the distance, Lord Ning's eyes were filled with shock. This scene had clearly exceeded his expectations. After all, this was a hidden danger that he had left in Lin Ling's body. When Lin Ling became stronger in the future, he would use it to control Lin Ling. In the Battle of Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had disrupted the plans of the Spirit Nation's great god. At that time, the great god had said that he had to obtain Lin Ling no matter what. Therefore, he had left this trick up his sleeve. However, 100 years later, Lin Ling had disappeared and returned. The hidden danger had been removed. For deities guarding the island, kill him for me. Lord Ning finally had a murderous intent towards Lin Ling. Boom, boom. No wonder the Spirit Nation was so powerful. After the fall of millions of martial gods, another powerhouse had arrived. In the east, a huge divine hound was galloping. With the sun and moon in its mouth, it let out a roar that made countless people tremble in fear. Divine spirit, divine hound. Looking to the south, there was a beast with a human body. It was covered in red scales, with fire snakes piercing its ears and fire dragons beneath its feet. This was the Southern Fire Ancestral Sorcerer. A giant covered in flames strolled over. Wherever it passed, a sea of fire would appear. Even the bubbles in the sky above the island were burned. The bloodline of the 12 Ancestral Sorcerer. Speaking of the 12 Ancestral Sorcerer, they were powerful because they were deities from ancient times. Although they weren't real ancestral sorcerer, they possessed the bloodline of the ancestral sorcerer. Chapter 43:13. Looking to the west, an ugly old monk floated over like a ghost. Around him, the sky was filled with earthworm-like ants, causing one's scalp to tingle. This was the insect ghost monk. This person specialized in using goo. In the 9 prefectures void, where the heroic spirits of the 10 evils of the 9 prefectures rested, the Goo King's technique was passed down by him. As for the north, it had already turned into a pitch-black night. Under that quiet and strange night, an old woman holding a walking stick staggered over. Her old face was full of wrinkles, so much so that her eyes could not be seen. A ghost lantern hung from the walking stick in her left hand, and in the pitch-black darkness, there was a ghost lantern hanging from it. Under the lantern, it was like the light of a firefly. Looking at the aged right hand, there was a wooden bowl in it. The bowl was filled with liquid, and it looked very magical. Legend has it that she was a terrifying old woman guarding the Bridge of Helplessness. The origins of these people were not to be underestimated. They were the true pillars of the Spirit Nation, and their origins could be traced back to millions of years ago. After experiencing the investiture of the 9 prefectures, they had all returned to their positions as gods. Right now, the 4 ghosts and deities were suppressing Lin Ling. The 4 deities guarding the island are now fighting against the new god of the 9 prefectures, Lin Ling. I wonder who will be stronger. Seeing the powerful auras coming from the 4 directions, the experts of the Spirit Nation all retreated far away and rushed out of the majestic ancient city. Then, they stared at the strongest battle between the 9 prefectures and the Spirit Nation. Moreover, regardless of whether Lin Ling died or not in this battle, his name in the Spirit Nation and the 9 prefectures would definitely resound for millions of years. Lin Ling is actually so strong. The gap between me and him is too big. In the crowd, Luli Empress looked at the experts coming from all directions and then at the arrogant man under the sky. She quietly clenched her fists, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Although she didn't want to admit it, She already knew that the Lin Ling she looked down on before was now above her head. During the competition for the 8 gods' heavenly palace's quota, if it wasn't for Yojin's interference, perhaps she would have been killed by Lin Ling. Li Xiaoyao Lin Ling, no matter who you are, you've all hidden so well. When she thought of this, Luli Empress's face was filled with killing intent and jealousy. After all, she had cultivated bitterly for so many years. However, she had been surpassed by Lin Ling in a single day. How could she accept this? Therefore Lin Ling must die today. Otherwise, if she let Lin Ling leave, then what awaited her would be Lin Ling's fatal revenge. Those 4 experts are all at the deity level. Their divine embryos and divine power are stronger than mine. If the 4 of them work together, they can definitely kill Lin Ling. Luli Empress retreated and said malevolently. Now, she wanted to see Lin Ling die before her eyes. Only then would she feel at ease. As for Lin Ling, who was in the limelight, he quietly looked at the gods coming from the 4 directions. He felt as if he had sensed the suppression of the 4 great worlds. It's time to use more strength. With a soft sigh, Lin Ling's eyes shone with determination. From the beginning, he knew that today's battle wouldn't be so simple. The spirit nation wasn't something that he could shake alone. Therefore, he had been preserving his strength. However, now that he had continuously used his trump cards, it was time for him to finally reveal his trump card. This final trump card was very strong, but it had a time limit. Therefore, he had to use it to defeat the 4 gods before it was exhausted. Lower deity. Lin Ling's soul power spread out like a tide as his eyes stared at the 4 gods. Lower deity, this was the strength of the 4 gods. In the 9 states, they were only below the 4 great deities. Although Han Xie and Luli Empress had also stepped into the ranks of lower deities and possessed divine origin, it was obvious that the 4 gods' realms were more stable and they had cultivated for a longer time. Great Buzhou Mountain Pillar. At this moment, the Western Witch ancestor took the lead. He was like a giant with his hands raised to the sky. Lava flowed from the sky and turned into a huge lava pillar in his hands. The moment the pillar appeared, the island in the west immediately turned into a world of fire. Then he looked at Lin Ling and threw it over. Buzhou Mountain Pillar. According to legend, this sacred mountain was broken by the fire god Gonggong and the water god Zhurong. It was the pillar of heaven and earth and the support of the void great Tao. In ancient times, after the collapse of Buzhou Mountain, there was the saying of Nuwa patching up the heavens. However, it was obvious that the giant wasn't holding the real Buzhou Mountain, but a wisp of Buzhou Mountain's will. However, because it came from ancient times, this wisp of will was extremely terrifying. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 Tao deities. 3,000 Tao deities. In the 9 states, there weren't many people who had more than 2,000 Tao deities, let alone 3,000. Moreover, the Buzhou Mountain Pillar carried the power of the witch ancestor and reached the power of 700,000 Tao deities. Rumble. When the Buzhou Mountain Pillar smashed towards Lin Ling, the cracked island cracked even more. In the sky, ancient red flames spread like the sunset. Although it was the most ordinary red, it was the most ancient flame of the fire god. When it rained down, it immediately drowned Lin Ling. After the flame of the fire god, a huge Buzhou mountain came crashing down. At this moment, no one thought that Lin Ling could still be alive. After all, Lin Ling was a new god and not a real god. This also made Nan Wufenyu roar, "Lin Ling!" He immediately wanted to help Lin Ling, but he was stopped by Lord Ning. Lord Ning's expression was cold and he didn't even look at Lin Ling. He appreciated Lin Ling and didn't want Lin Ling to die here. Unfortunately, the trouble Lin Ling had caused today was too big. If he didn't kill Lin Ling, it would be difficult for him to report to Spirit Nation. Boom. However, at this moment, a ripple exploded from the rolling red flames. It was as if someone had punched the flames and used a powerful force to disperse the flames. Next, amidst the spreading flames, a young man in a gray robe shot up into the sky. He punched the sky, and with a single punch, Mount Buzhou was unable to fall. What? Seeing this shocking scene, the entire island was shocked. Under the sky, the gray-robed youth was incomparably cold. His aura could swallow mountains and rivers. After punching out, another fist followed. It was like a meteor shower that smashed at the bottom of Buzhou Mountain. With each punch, the island shook a little. Finally, with a boom, the huge Buzhou Mountain was forcefully broken. Broken. When Buzhou Mountain was broken, the explosive force was like the collapse of heaven and earth. It pierced through the island's bubble and caused a large amount of seawater to pour in. The island was completely destroyed. Perhaps the battle of gods was just like this. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the youth in the sky. At this moment, they were suffocating. Chapter 43:14. Trial Taker Lin Ling, I will represent the spirit kingdom and sentence you to death. In the west, the fire god ancestral sorcerer's long hair danced wildly. However, his eyes were filled with shock because Lin Ling actually broke through his Buzhou Mountain. He rushed towards Lin Ling with large strides. Although Lin Ling had some tricks up his sleeve, Lin Ling was still not a lower god. He was confident that he could kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The huge palm was like a city as it rushed towards Lin Ling. The momentum was earth-shattering. Wherever the giant fire god ancestral sorcerer passed, the houses on the ground collapsed. Under his feet, it was like a volcano erupting. You can represent the spirit kingdom? However, before the fire god ancestral sorcerer arrived, a gray robe flashed and a sword fell from the sky. What? The fire god ancestral sorcerer's face changed dramatically. It was too fast. Before he could react, a sword slashed on his cheek and cut open his cheek. The powerful force sent the giant flying. He glided on the ground and disappeared into the distance. Looking at the ground, a ravine that was thousands of miles wide appeared. It stretched to the horizon and was terrifying. Gray Robe Lin Ling. At this moment, Lord Ning also stopped fighting and looked at Lin Ling in shock. What method did Lin Ling use to increase his strength so much? He could already fight against the ancestral sorcerer. No, he should be able to suppress the ancestral sorcerer. This must be fake. Even Luli Empress's eyes were trembling. Lin Ling could still become stronger. Now, his strength was the strongest under the 4 great gods. Among the 8 new gods, who could be his opponent? Lin Ling Dai. At this moment, a huge divine hound spoke in human language. It contained the sun and moon as it galloped in midair. It was like a tengu galloping towards the moon as it bit Lin Ling. This divine dog was like an ancient species. Compared to it, Lin Ling was as small as an ant. However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. His cold eyes stared at the divine dog that was pouncing towards him, and all the strength in his body poured into his left fist. Looking at the divine dog, he punched out, pouring out all his strength. Boom! The man and the dog collided in midair, and a terrifying gust of wind poured out, blowing countless houses on the island away like straw. The island, which was already in ruins, became even more scattered. Peng ping peng. The power of 800,000 realms, the power of 2,000 Tao gods, 7 Dantians, and the power of 7 divine embryos erupted. It was like a volcano that had been sealed away for many years had finally erupted. Woo-woo. The huge divine hound's teeth were shattered by a punch. The fist landed on its nose. It looked small, but it was as heavy as a mountain. The divine hound whimpered, its tail drooped, and tears flowed out. Then, it turned its head and wildly strung it up. However, just as the eastern divine hound retreated, a ferocious ghost monk came from the west. He silently chanted, and countless insects and ants flooded towards Lin Ling. From afar, the insects and ants were like a sea of clouds, but they were constantly squirming. It was very terrifying. And these were all goo. Compared to the goo in the land of eternal rest, they were undoubtedly thousands of times stronger. Every poisonous insect came from the divine realm and was incomparably precious. Goo, invisible and colorless, could cause people to fall into the trap when they did not react in time. Therefore, Lin Ling also felt a sense of danger coming, but he had already activated his trump card. This trump card had a limited time, and if he could not deal a heavy blow to these gods after they joined forces, Lin Ling would definitely suffer a huge blow. Come out! Lin Ling roared to the sky. The sound made the broken bubble in the sky crack even more. In Lin Ling's gray robe, mysterious ripples began to bloom, causing the void around him to distort and become illusory. However, no one could see this scene. They only saw the squirming sea of insects drowning Lin Ling. Some of the insects and ants were as thick as a finger, while others were as big as a speck of dust. It was simply impossible to guard against them. Boom. However, at this moment, there was an explosion in the sea of insects, and light bloomed. Then, the pitch-black sea of insects shot out light like sea urchins, and there were more and more of them. In the end, a terrible burst of divine power burst out and washed away all the goo. Looking carefully, one could see the gray-robed Lin Ling standing in midair. A large number of illusions appeared around him. There was a white Luai's god, a golden king man, a green Vajra, a Buddha dragon and a wind dragon, a boundless wonton above his head, and countless evil spirits and jellyfish behind him. The 7 divine embryos were all displayed. Buzz, buzz. Strange sounds rang in the sky above Lin Ling. It was as if the saints were singing, as if the gods were praying for blessings. He actually activated all the divine embryos and formed the scene of the gods descending. Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanwafenyu were still fighting, but it was clear that their gazes were on Lin Ling. Even Treasure God Nanwafenyu, an old man who was very familiar with Lin Ling, was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. It was as if they were looking at a dazzling star that appeared like a bolt of lightning and descended upon the Spirit Nation and the 9 provinces. This was because this was the first time they saw the descent of the 7 divine embryos. Even in the era of the gods, this was unprecedented. In the west, the ferocious old monk's pupils trembled. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, intimidated by Lin Ling's divine might. He didn't return to divinity, but he has the light of the gods. This Lin Ling is too strong. He also spoke in a solemn voice. This was because although Lin Ling seemed to be a martial god, his world essence was so terrifying that it wasn't much weaker than a god's. In addition to his physical body and powerful divine embryos, he could now truly become a god. Gray-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? When the old monk was injured, an old voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it was like the cry of a nighthawk in the night, making one's scalp tingle. The sky in the north was eerily silent. A lantern slowly floated over. At a closer look, an old woman was staggering over with a walking stick. She was holding a wooden bowl, and her hands were trembling as if she would die at any moment. This was Meng Pe, who guarded the northern island. Gray-robed Lin Ling, I'm calling you. Do you dare answer? The old woman looked at Lin Ling with lifeless eyes and spoke sharply again. Lin Ling, who was among the 7 divine embryos, also looked indifferently at the old woman. He sensed a strange power spreading from the old woman's body. It was the steps of the gods. However, this steps of the gods was very strange. It didn't seem to be an attack type. Instead, it was like Lin Ling's steps of wisdom, a soul-type sealing type. Now, Lin Ling sensed that the strange power was spreading all around. It was formless and colorless, as if it was going to attack at any moment. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Ling raised his head and said proudly. He knew that even if he didn't answer, the next attack would come. Chapter 43:15. That's the Datura flower. Could it be? The spectators in the distance were shocked. An old man murmured, that should be the bridge of helplessness. Crossing the bridge meant that one was dead and had to be reincarnated. Drinking Meng Po's soup meant that one had forgotten everything in this world. The endless night was like a tide that spread to the sky above Lin Ling. When one looked at Lin Ling again, he was already in front of the bridge of helplessness. An old woman handed a wooden bowl to Lin Ling with a smile. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's eyes were blank. After entering the bridge, he seemed to have forgotten everything and who he was. He only listened to Meng Po. At this moment, everyone became nervous. Was the new god Lin Ling going to be defeated? And that Meng Po's methods were too strange, it was simply impossible to guard against. Because, against Meng Po's bridge of helplessness, it didn't matter how strong one was. All methods would be suppressed. Steps of the god. Nanwafenyu's eyes narrowed. He was shocked at the power of the spirit kingdom because he knew that the four gods were only a part of the kingdom's strength. In fact, the spirit kingdom was already stronger than the void of the 9 continents. There were even more people in the void of the 9 continents, with many cultivators with potential. It was just that they hadn't matured yet. Your power has weakened, you are worried about Lin Ling. At this time, Sir Ning's voice came, Treasure God, you came with Lin Ling today, do you think you can ruin my plan? Back then, you obtained her body and I obtained her heart. You lost to me and today you still lost to me. After Lin Ling's death, everything you have done will be like a dream. You can't win against me. You will never win against me because she loves me. Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed and his body inexplicably trembled. In his mind, he thought of that woman. She was also the wife of Nan Wufengyu. However, he also knew that before marrying him, his wife was deeply in love with Sir Ning. However, Sir Ning was ambitious and only cared about his great cause. Nan Wufengyu didn't care because he loved his wife. However, during the Battle of the Gods, his wife found out that Lord Ning was in danger, so she personally went to help. In the end, she died in the Battle of the Gods. When Treasure God Nan Wufengyu rushed over, he saw his wife in Sir Ning's arms. At that moment, he felt as if the world was collapsing, as if there was no love left in the world. He didn't hate his wife because he knew that his wife had always loved Lord Ning. It was just that he thought he could use time to change his wife's mind. Therefore, he hated Minister Ning. Treasure God, you lost completely, huh? Lord Ning also laughed when he saw Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's angry appearance. His laughter contained a trace of madness. Because in his heart, there was still something he hadn't said. Back then, the person who loved him the most had told him before she died that the reason she helped him was to end this grudge. She also said that the person she loved now was Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. He had never said this to Treasure God Nan Wufengyu because he also hated Treasure God Nan Wufengyu for stealing the person he loved the most. Treasure God, I know you hate me and have always wanted to mess up my plans, but let me tell you, Spirit Country's footsteps will sweep through the entire 9 provinces. You have lost. Lord Ning's eyes were red as he shouted. He waved his hand with a tyrannical power, causing the sky to explode and the sea to flow backwards. You gambled everything on Lin Ling, right? Now you can watch as Lin Ling dies. Once Lin Ling dies, it means that you will never have her and will forever lose to me. Rumble. Under Lord Ning's attack, the island was on the verge of collapse. Everyone looked over. They didn't expect Lord Ning to have such a grudge with that old man. Meanwhile, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu was trembling. Minister Ning's words made him remember the scene back then. The person he loved the most was held by Lord Ning, not him. Suddenly, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu's eyes narrowed as if he had thought of something. He said word by word, I have not lost. The heavens have not abandoned me and the earth has not abandoned me. She must love me because Lin Ling will not die. This is a message she asked the heavens to send me. What? Lord Ning's eyes narrowed. However, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu didn't say anything and instead laughed. This laugh seemed to have removed the fetters of countless years. He finally realized that Lin Ling had a soul that surpassed the soul of a god. Not long ago, in the wasteland, it was Lin Ling who used his soul force to open the path to the 8th level. This also meant that Meng Po's steps of God could not affect Lin Ling at all. This also meant that the heavens were telling him that his wife must love him. Seeing Treasure God Nan Wufengyu laughing, Lord Ning was furious and his eyes subconsciously looked to the north. North, the bridge of helplessness. Lin Ling held Meng Po's bowl and placed it in his mouth. However, at this time, his eyes revealed a sharp light and a terrifying soul force suppressed. Meng Po, you are already old. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Drink this bowl of Meng Po's soup and the grudges of the mortal world will be forgotten. Lin Ling's voice carried a magical power as he handed over Meng Po's bowl. Meng Po's eyes narrowed at first, but under Lin Ling's voice, her eyes became vacant. At this moment, she was like a person lost in the world, looking for the end of the world to return home. She picked up Meng Po's bowl with her aged hand and drank it gently. Boom! This scene shocked the spirit nation. Lord Ning's face trembled and his eyes narrowed. A murderous aura erupted in his heart like a volcano. Did he lose? Did he lose? Or did Treasure God Nanwa Fenyu already know that the woman loved Treasure God Nanwa Fenyu the most? You lied to me. At this time, Mengpo, who drank Mengpo's soup, also reacted. She stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of anger. If I drink Mengpo's soup, my life will end here. The people I love, the people who love me, they will disappear from my world forever. However, Lin Ling looked at him coldly and then let out a loud laugh. Unfortunately, not to mention Mengpa, even if the god of the underworld or the god of creation were here, they can't change me. I, Lin Ling, will not enter the sixth Tao, the underworld, or the mortal world. I am me and no one can bind me. Boom. Chapter 43:16. Rumble. Following Lin Ling's fist, the dark world in the north dispersed. A ray of light shone down from the sky as if it represented Lin Ling's heaven-defying heart. Mengpo was being stepped on by Lin Ling at this moment. She was being punched and kicked by Lin Ling, causing her to cry out in pain. It was as if Lin Ling was wreaking havoc in the underworld and destroying the heavenly Tao. A great calamity, a great calamity, a great calamity. In the distance, the experts of the spirit kingdom all had pale faces as they muttered this sentence. Lin Ling was definitely a great calamity for the spirit kingdom. Ha, what a great line. I want the heavens to no longer cover my eyes, I want this earth to no longer bury my heart, I want all living beings to understand my will, I want all Buddhas to vanish like smoke. Lin Ling, Quang Ba, Grandpa Treasure God will accompany you. Looking at Treasure God Nanwa Fenyu, a heroic voice soared into the sky. This old man's aura suddenly increased as he borrowed the reverse flow of the sea to form a world of wind and rain, destroying the entire island. Lin Ling. Lord Ning also let out a ferocious roar. There was only one name in his mind, Lin Ling. 100 years ago in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling had wreaked havoc there. Today, in the 8th level of the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace, Lin Ling had once again wreaked havoc in the Spirit Kingdom. Lin Ling, could it be that he was the nemesis of the Spirit Kingdom, the nemesis of the world's will? Bang, 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 bang. Endless sea water poured down from the exploded island. Outside of the island, a large number of blue giants quietly appeared. They were like heavenly gods and heavenly generals, casting their gazes towards the island. As long as the island was completely submerged, then they would attack and slaughter everyone on the island. Run! The sea water was like a heavenly river crashing down. The people of the Spirit Kingdom panicked and fled in all directions. They all knew that today, the Spirit Kingdom had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling alone. Lin Ling. At this moment, below the shattered island, a ferocious aura shot up into the sky. Then, a 300-meter tall giant appeared. It was gray in color and gray fog constantly gushed out from its body. It had sharp teeth and claws, just like a yaksha from the underworld. However, it was not a yaksha because it was an evil spirit. Bang bang bang. It shot toward Lin Ling, killing countless experts along the way. Finally, it arrived in front of Lin Ling and grabbed Lin Ling. Giant ghost. However, Lin Ling had already sensed who it was. It was just that the palm-sized giant ghost had now become a giant. Haha. After the transformation, the giant ghost seemed to be even bolder and more domineering than before. It laughed loudly and said to Lin Ling, "There's no time to lose. Let's leave this place immediately. Those blue giants are eyeing the island covetously. Moreover, I've already obtained the records of the 8 gods. Giant ghost, I've finally waited for you to come out. If you didn't come out, I would have been torn apart alive by the experts of the Spirit Kingdom." Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled as if a burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Previously, he had used all of his soul force to confuse Mengpe. This had caused the 3rd stage of the innate talent fusion to fade away. At that time, if an expert had come, they could have easily killed him. After all, Lin Ling had been fighting for a long time and had killed more than 1,000,000 experts. "Lin Ling, you guys leave first. I'll find you in the future." When Nanwa Fenyu saw that Lin Ling was fine, he smiled and said, "This time, I fought alongside you and destroyed the spirit kingdom. This is the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Lin Ling sat on the giant ghost's shoulder. He was so tired that he could not speak. He could only give Nanwafenyu a thumbs up and smile. To the underground palace. The giant ghost carried Lin Ling and flew towards the broken underground palace. Although it had been fighting with evil ghost for the 8 gods' heavenly palace, it had also been paying attention to Lin Ling's battle. Thus, when Lin Ling rushed into the island, it had also noticed. It also knew that God Emperor Zhang was under the island. Voila! At this moment, the island was flooded with seawater. Whirlpools appeared everywhere and countless experts died within. In the sky, an arm formed from seawater was like fishing for fish. It scooped up the martial artists in the sea, and after it caught them, the endless seawater pressed down on them, forcefully squeezing them dry. They turned into blood. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As for the martial artists that had not died, they could not control their bodies and were sucked in by the endless whirlpools. When the giant ghost brought Lin Ling into the underground palace, there were swirling whirlpools. These whirlpools seemed to be suppressing the water of the entire sea. They were extremely domineering, and even the physical strength of 500,000 worlds could not resist them. Hurry! Sensing this, the giant ghost's speed increased by a fraction. Giant ghost, save me, save me. In the broken ruins not far away, the whirlpool was tumbling, and a weak voice could be heard. Upon closer inspection, it was a palm-sized giant ghost, and it was the evil ghost. However, the evil ghost was a little dispirited. It was obvious that it had suffered heavy injuries when it fought with the giant ghost for the record of the 8 gods. Evil ghost, you'd better follow me obediently. But at this moment, an arm suddenly stretched out from the whirlpool. It was a transparent arm, and it suddenly grabbed the evil ghost and swallowed it. This scene was very strange. If that person did not make a sound, they would not have noticed it at all. This also shocked the giant ghost and Lin Ling. However, the whirlpools around them had already arrived, so they could not care less and madly rushed into the underground. Who is it? The giant ghost continued to shatter the surrounding rocks as it spoke in shock. It's Han Xie. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he said indifferently, that guy actually did not die, and it seems like he took advantage of the evil ghost's weakness to swallow it. Han Xie. Hearing this, the giant ghost could not help but shudder because he also knew that the evil ghost was indeed seriously injured and could be annihilated at any time. However, he did not expect that at this critical moment, as the evil ghost's partner, Han Xie, not only did he not help, he even hit the evil ghost when it was down. Is this the greed of human nature? The 8 gods practice divine arts and question the human world. It seems that there is a reason behind it. The giant ghost muttered to himself, but when he saw Lin Ling on his shoulder, he smiled instead, and the gloomy thoughts from before disappeared with the wind. This was because his partner, Lin Ling, would not abandon him, and this was his honor. Previously, if Lin Ling had not fought for him and bought time for him, he might not have been able to successfully obtain the will of the 8 gods. Lin Ling's battle was also a fight to the death. How could such a person not be trustworthy? This also showed that he was luckier than the evil ghost because he knew Lin Ling and not Han Xie. Boom! At this moment, there was a roar in front of them. The giant ghost finally brought Lin Ling back to the previous void. When Emperor God Zhang saw Lin Ling and the giant ghost, he immediately smiled. Chapter 43:17. Lin Ling, don't bother about me. Leave immediately. Emperor God Zhang said immediately. However, Lin Ling shook his head and continued to examine the white chain. His eyes gradually became serious. Although his current level of spirit formation was very high, he could tell that the chain was not something that a mere spirit formation master could deal with. There was also the power of the spirit nation within it. It needed the power of the spirit nation. It had to be solved. Lin Ling obviously didn't have the power of the spirit kingdom. Lin Ling, leave quickly. There's more and more seawater. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, God Emperor Zhang seemed to have realized something. The little skeleton beside him also looked at Lin Ling. Although he didn't say anything, he signaled Lin Ling to leave. Giant ghost, do you have a way to bring the pillar away? Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze fell on the pillar in the void. Since he couldn't get rid of the chain, he might as well bring the person away with the chain. Let me try. Giant Ghost nodded. He thought of something and immediately said, Lin Ling, wait for me. After saying that, he rushed towards the big hole in the sky and disappeared into the void. Lin Ling was confused. However, just as he was worried, there was a deafening roar above his head. This caused a large amount of seawater to enter the void. The void looked as though it was about to collapse. Giant Ghost, if you don't come back, we will be torn apart by the huge whirlpool. Seeing that, Lin Ling was even more worried. The seawater wasn't ordinary seawater. It was the entire ocean of the 8th level. Even a god wouldn't dare to go against the might of the ocean. Lin Ling, leave quickly. Emperor God Zhang Gang couldn't help but say again. Kakaka. The little skeleton also blinked its skull and looked at Lin Ling with eager eyes. However, Lin Ling still said firmly, Emperor God Zhang Gang, back then in the Starry Sky Forest, you helped me. Today, I must bring you away. If I abandon you and leave, I will never be able to live in peace. But God Emperor Zhan still wanted to say something but hesitated. Lin Ling ignored him for the time being. His eyes were fixed on the sky. The rumbling sound in the sky gradually subsided. Then, a figure rushed out of the water. With a splash, the giant ghost appeared. Giant Ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He was very tired now. If something happened to the giant ghost, he wouldn't be able to help. However, the giant ghost that had returned was clearly different. This was because it was carrying a massive stone tablet on its shoulder. It was the record of the 8 gods. Lin Ling, this record of the 8 gods has the power of the void. Perhaps it can destroy that pillar. Without waiting for Lin Ling to say anything, he hugged the stone tablet and smashed it towards the pillar behind God Emperor Zhan Gang. Rumble. With every smash, the void trembled a little. God Emperor Zhan Gang's strength was sealed. However, he was still a powerful god. At this moment, he used all his strength and wanted to pull out the pillar behind him. The pillar was stuck in the void. It was very mysterious. Under the combined strength of the two, cracks appeared in the void below the pillar. Hurry up! Lin Ling, on the other hand, looked at the seawater that kept pouring down and became more and more uneasy. He didn't know how the island was now. However, he had a feeling that it had been completely destroyed. He would never have thought that because of his battle, the entire island would be destroyed. After this, the Spirit Nation would put out a bounty on his head. Hurry up! There seems to be a powerful existence in the sea. Lin Ling's soul strength recovered quickly. He could already sense the changes above him. He even sensed that there were many blue giants wreaking havoc on the island. Boom! At this moment, an arm stretched out from the hole in the void. It seemed to be fishing for something. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face changed. It was indeed a blue giant. Bang! Almost at the same time, the pillar behind God Emperor Zhan Gang was finally pulled out. After pulling out the pillar, God Emperor Zhan Gang's strength recovered rapidly. Although the chain still trapped him, it only brought him some inconvenience. Gang! He roared and his fist turned platinum. Then he looked at the void below him and smashed it. The little skeleton had also transformed into a skeleton king and was also smashing into the void. Crack, crack, crack. Cracks appeared in the void like glass. However, at this moment, there were more and more blue arms in the sky. They were crazily fishing for something. Lin Ling was well aware of the strength of these blue giants. Even treasure god Nan Wufengyu was powerless against them, so even if God Emperor Zhan Gang was here, it would still be an arduous and unrewarding task. Let me help you. Lin Ling's body recovered a part of its strength. He held Tyrannical Song in his hand and smashed it into the void below him. This smash was like the straw that broke the camel's back. Space shattered and revealed a large hole, and the raging seawater surged into the hole. The speed of its impact was so strong that even an ordinary martial god would be forcefully torn apart. A huge whirlpool appeared and the seawater sucked Lin Ling and the others downwards. Just as they disappeared, a few huge arms came over. However, there was nothing. If Lin Ling and the others were a step later, Besides God Emperor Zhang, everyone would have died there. Rumble. In the whirlpool, even someone as strong as God Emperor Zhang couldn't change anything. He could only go with the flow. Lin Ling could only hear a deafening sound. His body felt as though it was being torn apart and he gradually fainted. After an unknown period of time, there was the sound of water ripples. The gentle seawater was like a woman's hand, gently caressing Lin Ling's face. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Lin Ling woke up and his face changed. He looked around and immediately realized that he was in a cave. However, there was seawater all around and seaweed was swaying not far away. At the bottom of the sea. A guess immediately arose in Lin Ling's mind. Lower your voice. Just then, two figures walked into the cave. It was God Emperor Zhang and the giant ghost. They looked cautious. Seeing this, Lin Ling quickly held his breath and suppressed his jie-qi. His body was like a dead object. God Emperor Zhang sensed the changes outside the cave. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. They finally left. Then he and the giant ghost looked at Lin Ling and smiled. You have been unconscious for a year. A year. Hearing this, Lin Ling was shocked. He sensed his body and realized that he had unknowingly reached the peak of martial god realm. The jie-qi in his body was rolling and it was 30% stronger than before. Chapter 43:18. Lin Ling was shocked. However, he couldn't be bothered to check the change in power. Instead, he looked at Emperor God Zhang and the others. After all, he saw that Emperor God Zhang and the others were cautious. It meant that there was definitely danger outside. A year ago, we were swept here by the whirlpool. This seems to be the lair of the blue giants. Looking at Lin Ling's gaze, Emperor God Zhan Steel said bitterly. Most importantly, these blue giants seem to be looking for us. The giant ghost floated to Lin Ling and turned into the size of a fist as he spoke helplessly. Seems like there's trouble. Lin Ling frowned. He knew the strength of Emperor God Zhan Steel and the giant ghost. If they had the chance, they would have left this place long ago. However, they were trapped here for a year. This meant that the bottom of the sea was filled with blue giants. What about Spirit Nation? Shaking his head, Lin Ling asked again. In this year, a large number of experts from Spirit Nation were swept into the bottom of the sea and died in the hands of the blue giants. This time, Spirit Nation's vitality was greatly damaged. However, half a year ago, Spirit Nation's great god came and saved the remaining people with supreme divine light. He then took them away. Emperor God Zhan Steel said. Oh right, among those who were taken away, I saw Luli Empress and Han Xie. They didn't die. The giant ghost said to Lin Ling, Spirit Nation's great god is indeed powerful. He isn't afraid of the blue giants. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He remembered the man with the strange smile he saw back then. Then he asked, have you seen Grandpa Treasure God? That god fought with Minister Ning. The battle was interrupted by the blue giants. The two of them are missing. They either died in the hands of the blue giants or escaped. Emperor God Zhan Steel said immediately. His words made Lin Ling worried. However, he couldn't help much now. Hence, he could only pray that Treasure God Grandpa was safe. Then, the three of them fell silent. Even if they were as powerful as gods, they felt as weak as ants in the 8th level of 8 Gods Heaven Palace. The 8 Gods Celestial Palace clearly hid the secrets of the era of the gods. Even in the era of the gods, it was no small matter. While they were silent, a sound came from outside. It was as if a blue giant had floated past, scaring Lin Ling and the others so much that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Fortunately, the bottom of the sea was vast, and there were many seaweeds and caves. Therefore, the giants did not notice Lin Ling and the others. After sensing that the blue giants had left, Lin Ling said softly, do you think these blue giants are looking for us? Otherwise, why would it not disperse for an entire year? That's possible. After all, the bottom of the sea is so big, and there are so many people who fell from the island. Why are they wandering around nearby instead of searching elsewhere? Hearing that, Emperor God Zhan nodded. We can't go on like this. We can't be trapped here forever. Why don't we find a chance to escape? Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. He felt that something big must have happened in the void of the 9 continents, so he wanted to rush back immediately. These blue giants are walking back and forth, but there is a pattern to them. We can give it a try. Emperor God Zhonggang also agreed with Lin Ling's idea. The 3 of them waited for a moment. Finally, at a certain moment, they all burst out with speed and rushed out of the cave. Over here. Emperor God Zhonggang let out a low voice. His body split the seawater as he shot towards the east. Lin Ling also activated his 3rd stage talent fusion. 15 world speed burst out as he followed Emperor God Zhonggang with all his might. Looking back, the giant ghost had already transformed into the size of a human. Did it also burst out with speed? Splitting the water. The 3 of them were very fast. Like 3 white lines, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sensing that there was nothing strange in the surroundings, Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang were delighted. At this speed, they would be able to escape from the blue giant's encirclement in less than 5 minutes. But at this moment, there was a change in the water. The speed of the water suddenly increased. Then, behind the giant ghost, a huge blue palm grabbed the giant ghost's right leg. Giant ghost! This change was too sudden. Even though Lin Ling's soul power had locked onto the surroundings, he couldn't sense it at all. Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhonggang, leave quickly. Don't bother about me. After the giant ghost was caught, it kept struggling but it couldn't break free from the arm's restraint. Hence, it didn't want to be a burden to Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhonggang. Bullshit. How could Lin Ling abandon the giant ghost? He stopped and the tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. He looked behind the giant ghost and slashed. Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling stop, Emperor God Zhonggang sighed. In the end, he decided to help. However, he knew that if Lin Ling stopped, he would most likely be surrounded by the blue giants and perish there. However, Lin Ling and the giant ghost had saved his life. How could he not help? Kakaka. The little skeleton beside him also turned into a golden skeleton king. It held a huge leg bone and smashed it behind the giant ghost. Steal! God Emperor Zhonggang roared and punched out with his fist. The god's stairs revolved around his fist and formed a grayish-brown energy. It caused the sea to turn upside down and a vacuum zone appeared. Rumble! The 3 of them weren't weak. When they attacked together, their attack power was terrifying. Even a god would have to avoid it. When it landed behind the giant ghost, it finally forced the giant hidden in the sea to reveal himself. Furthermore, the giant's body was continuously smashed into pieces. However, the blue giant was also very strong. Its broken body was recovering with the help of the water. No wonder treasure god Nanhua from you couldn't do anything to it. It was indeed terrifying. Grand Cardinal Brahma punishment. Lin Ling knew that if the blue giant recovered, their previous attacks would be wasted. Hence, he also used the Stairs of Wisdom. The moment the Stairs of God appeared, it immediately sealed the blue giant and prevented it from recovering its injured body. On the side, Emperor God Zhonggang was shocked. Lin Ling actually knew the Stairs of God. Looking at its level, it wasn't weak at all. He knew very well that if Lin Ling's Stairs of God was an attack type, it would be able to kill the blue giant in one move. However, although the blue giant wasn't destroyed, it couldn't recover and looked a little weak. Die! Lin Ling seized the opportunity and unleashed his full strength, slashing at the giant with his sword. Emperor God Zhonggang and Skeleton King naturally knew that they couldn't miss this opportunity. Hence, they attacked the giant as well. Boom! With an explosive sound, the gigantic blue giant was forcibly blasted apart, causing a terrifying whirlpool to appear in the sea. At this moment, the giant ghost broke free and immediately shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling was delighted. He didn't expect the 3 of them to be so terrifying. They even killed the blue giant. One had to know that this was something that even Treasure God Grandpa couldn't do. Chapter 43:19. Too slow, we've been surrounded. Just then, Emperor God Zhonggang said solemnly. A huge steel fortress appeared around him, and he seemed to have pushed his fighting strength to the limit. Of course, there was still a pillar behind him and the chains tied him to the pillar. Therefore, his strength was still suppressed by at least 30%. Hearing Emperor God Zhang Gang's words, Lin Ling looked around. There was only a rumbling whirlpool and it was blue in color. There didn't seem to be anything strange. However, when he looked carefully, he realized that there were huge silhouettes in the blue sea. There were many of them and they surrounded the surroundings tightly. It was those blue giants. Moreover, there was more than one of these blue giants. This time, it could be said that they were doomed. Boom boom boom. Those blue giants that were hidden kept getting closer to Lin Ling and the others. Their silhouettes became clearer and clearer. They were huge and they were like ancient trees surrounding Lin Ling and the others. At the center, Lin Ling and the others immediately felt a huge pressure that made them feel suffocated. After all, no matter what, these blue giants were stronger than the treasure god Nanwufenyu. With so many of them, even the thunder god would turn pale if he was here. Looks like we're going to die here. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. He knew that the three of them were no match for these blue giants. Yes, I didn't expect to die in the eight gods' celestial palace after escaping the spirit nation. Sigh, I heard that even a higher god wouldn't dare to barge into the eight gods' celestial palace. Now that I've seen it, it's not an undeserved reputation. No wonder no one dared to barge into the eight gods' celestial palace in the era of gods. Emperor God Zhang Gang sighed. He stretched out his steel arm and patted Skeleton King's head. Buddy, I didn't expect that after escaping the war of gods and waking up not long ago, we're going to die here. Wait. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. This voice reverberated through the depths of the sea, giving off a dignified feeling. The blue giants that were walking forward immediately stopped. Then, the blue giants separated, and a blue giant that was hundreds of meters tall and held a blue trident in his hand strolled in. This giant was roughly the same as the other giants, but it was slightly larger and had a pitchfork in its hand. Tell me what you know about the eight gods' notes and I'll let you leave. The giant's transparent face looked at Lin Ling and the other two and said in a low voice. Records of the eight gods? Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. These blue giants actually wanted to know about the records of the eight gods? This is too strange. I'll give you 3 breaths to consider. The Sea Fork Giant said again. Emperor God Zhang Gang and Giant Ghost immediately looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what choice Lin Ling would make. However, Lin Ling's eyes continued to flicker. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that the secret of the eight gods' diary couldn't be revealed so easily. 3. The Sea Fork Giant's voice sounded again as he looked at Lin Ling. He could see that among the 3, the gray-robed man had the most authority. I'm sorry, I can only tell your master about the records of the eight gods. At this moment, Lin Ling also raised his head and said calmly, I'm their master. You can tell me. The giant's voice turned cold. Is that so? Why do I feel that your status isn't very high? So, let the Lord above you come. This way, I'll definitely tell you about the records of the eight gods. However, Lin Ling was still stubborn. He was determined not to say anything. The giant's huge body shook and the huge blue trident in his hand shot towards Lin Ling. The power was like the power of the entire sea. Lin Ling. Before the Sea Fork Giant Ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang lost their balance from the impact. Therefore, they immediately shouted in worry. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His eyes focused on the incoming Sea Fork Giant Ghost. He was also gambling. He had a feeling that if he were to reveal the eight gods' diary, the 3 of them would die here the very next moment. Therefore, only by meeting the master of the blue giant could he reveal the records of the eight gods as an exchange. Rumble. The Sea Fork Giant Ghost looked huge, but it was as sharp as a blade. It was less than a meter away from Lin Ling. However, it still stopped in the end. The giant held the trident in one hand and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. If my Sea Fork Giant Ghost moves a bit closer, you'll die. Are you really not going to say anything? You don't dare to kill me. Lin Ling was expressionless, but his heart finally relaxed. This was because he knew that the giant had finally stopped. This meant that there was still room for negotiation. You're so confident. The giant said again. Currently, only the few of us know about the records of the eight gods. If you kill us, you'll never get any information about the records of the 8 gods. Lin Ling said calmly. Therefore, you don't dare to kill me because you can't afford to gamble. Let your master speak. You have guts. The giant kept his sea fork giant ghost and said indifferently, previously I wouldn't have held back. However, at the crucial moment, my master told me not to kill you. Therefore, you've won the bet. Come with me. After saying that, he turned and left. Lin Ling and God Emperor Zhang Gang looked at each other and laughed. You lunatic, you actually dared to bargain with these lunatics? If they don't like it, they can kill us in a blink of an eye. God Emperor Zhang Gang said helplessly after rejoicing. I'm a lunatic and they're lunatics too. Therefore, it's most appropriate for a lunatic to deal with a lunatic. Lin Ling shrugged and walked forward with large strides. The surrounding blue giants looked down at Lin Ling, but they all made way for Lin Ling and the other 2 to walk through the group of giants. Looking ahead, the water rippled and the giant with the sea fork giant ghost was leading the way. After walking for 2 hours, the coral seabed began to appear in front of them. It was very beautiful. Various colors shone brightly, making them feel as though they had come to a mythical world. A huge palace sat in the middle of the coral. It was also very beautiful. The reason why the palace was huge was because the gate of the palace was built according to the size of the blue giants. To Lin Ling and the others, even a pillar was as big as a mountain. As for the gate, it was undoubtedly similar to the gate of Starry Sky. Looking at both sides of the door, there were also 2 tall giants standing there. However, unlike the giants outside, they were both wearing bright coral armor. At that moment, they were looking down at Lin Ling and the other 2, seemingly a little surprised. Chapter 43:20. There were quite a number of people in this hall, but every single one of them was a giant. Upon closer inspection, they were not only in the form of blue giants, but also in the form of various fish species. Shark giants, crab giants, lobster giants, and so on. Their auras were powerful, as though they were the lords of the sea. In fact, every single one of them was a lord of the sea in the 9 continents void jade divine world. Now, these lords of the sea were looking at Lin Ling's group of 3, and a powerful pressure was quietly spreading out. At this moment, even God Emperor Zhang Gang's mouth was trembling. He had come from the era of gods and had seen countless gods, but this was the first time he had seen such a large formation. He was sure that even the gods of the era of gods would be frightened out of their wits if they saw these ancient characters. Lin Ling was also paying attention to these powerful gods, and he felt as though he had arrived at an ancient temple. However, compared to God Emperor Zhang Gang's shock, he was much better. After all, he knew more things. Before the era of gods, there was an ancient era, and those gods were still alive, but they had hidden themselves. Then, Lin Ling's gaze turned to the front. There was a coral throne, and on top of it sat an even larger giant. This was a giant in the form of a dragon king, because he had a dragon head and a human body. He wore the robes of the 4 seas garrison and a jade crown on his head. His dragon beard was long and fiery red. His hands were placed on the dragon throne, and he was looking down at Lin Ling. You are Lin Ling. Suddenly, he let out a low voice. Although his voice was not loud, it caused the hearts of all the sea lords to tremble. They did not expect the Lord Dragon King to know this human's name. I am the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, and this is not the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace, but the Eastern Sea of the divine world. However, the divine world was destroyed, and the divine soil was lost, so this sea is only a part of the Eastern Sea. The reason you are here is because the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace leads to this Eastern Sea. The giant said again. I see. Lin Ling was enlightened. He felt that such a huge existence like the blue giant would not hide in the 8 gods' heavenly palace. It turned out that the blue giants of the 8 gods' heavenly palace were mostly in the Eastern Sea of the divine world. You know me? Lin Ling looked at the Dragon King and said, Ha! Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, the huge East Sea Dragon King did not answer. Instead, he laughed loudly. I'm afraid you're the only human who can remain calm after seeing me. Look at the little god behind you. He's so scared that his face is pale. He was naturally talking about Emperor God Zhang Gang. How dare you? Men, bring the wine. Then, under the East Sea Dragon King's voice, a goddess came over with a jug of wine. She put down the wine cup in front of Lin Ling and poured it for Lin Ling and the others with a smile. However, this wine cup was also very big. It was even taller than Lin Ling and the others, causing Steel Slayer God Lord and Giant Ghost to be speechless. How were they supposed to drink this? The wine of the East Sea Dragon King has long been famous. To be able to drink a mouthful of it, this trip was not in vain. On the contrary, Lin Ling raised the wine cup that was as tall as a person and drank it. Looking at his heroic appearance, the lords of the sea were full of praises. This human was indeed extraordinary. This reminded them of the expert who came to the East Sea Dragon Palace for the first time in ancient times. This god was also extraordinarily courageous. He even took away the sea-stabilizing divine needle that suppressed the sea eye of the East Sea. I have neglected you previously. I hope you can forgive me. Looking at Lin Ling gulping down the wine, the East Sea Dragon King laughed loudly and said, "It's okay. No discord, no concord." Lin Ling waved his hand casually and continued to gulp down the wine as though he was a whale swallowing the sea. The lords of the sea were shocked by Lin Ling's alcohol tolerance. After all, the sea heart coral wine could even make a god drunk. Well said, no discord, no concord. Just based on these words, I will make friends with you. The Dragon King waved his hand and got someone to pour more wine. Only then did he say, "In fact, there are many people in the current ancient era who have heard of your name. As for why, you will know in the future." Right, that is the will of the 8 gods, right? Then, the East Sea Dragon King looked at the giant ghost and said, "Of course, there was no need for Lin Ling to answer. He was sure of everything. The 8 gods are not dead yet. He is on the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. If he wants to know something, he will know it by going to the 9th floor. Moreover, the 8 gods know all the will of the 8 gods. Therefore, the 8 gods are the gods that the other gods pay attention to the most. However, there are only 7 people who can meet the 8 gods. These 7 people are the 7 wills of the 8 gods, representing the 7 emotions. The East Sea Dragon King's eyes were burning with a hint of deep meaning. The giant ghost stood there quietly like a yaksha, its fangs flashing. However, it had obtained the records of the 8 gods, so it already had a clear understanding in its heart. Unfortunately, it is very, very difficult to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace from here. Unless it is a god with great perseverance, great fighting spirit, and great fearlessness, only then will there be a 10% chance of success. Over the years, countless gods have tried to reach the 9th floor, but the number of people who died on the way is also as vast as the sea. The East Sea Dragon King continued, "And if you want to take the safest path to reach the 9th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you can only find one person." Who? Almost at the same time, Lin Ling and the giant ghost raised their heads. Dragon subduing Arhat, this person is the reincarnation of a god. In this life, he is also known as Taoist Myriad Treasures. The East Sea Dragon King looked gravely at Lin Ling and said, "Taoist Myriad Treasures?" Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked at each other in shock. They naturally knew Taoist Myriad Treasures. The map of the 7th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace had been bought from him. Dragon subduing Arhat. Lin Ling was even more shocked than the giant ghost, because in Chinese mythology, dragon subduing Arhat was Jigong, and Taoist Myriad Treasures was sloppy and looked very similar to Jigong. However, he was obviously the reincarnation of Jigong. But what surprised Lin Ling was not this, but the 8th floor's will. According to the records of the 8 gods, the 6th will of the world was Taoist Myriad Treasures. This Taoist Myriad Treasures is really not simple. Lin Ling turned to look at the giant ghost and said, because this was also what the giant ghost had told him. "Yes, I didn't expect him to be the only one who knows the key to the 9th floor." The giant ghost nodded. "It seems that you all know Taoist Myriad Treasures." Seeing Lin Ling and the others' expressions, the East Sea Dragon King was clearly surprised. Chapter 43:21. Okay, the will of the 8th level is Taoist Myriad Treasures. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and said directly, What? The Dragon King of the East Sea was shocked. He was shocked by this news. This was because he knew the origin of Taoist myriad treasures. He knew that although this person seemed frivolous, he was righteous. However, he didn't expect this person to be the will of the world. The will of the world is mysterious and ever-changing. Perhaps, the current Taoist myriad treasures is no longer the Taoist myriad treasures of the past. Or perhaps he is still the same but his thoughts have changed. In short, he was recorded in the records of the 8 gods. Then he must be the will of the world. Lin Ling also understood the Dragon King of the East Sea's thoughts. He knew that it was difficult for him to accept. Unfortunately, the will of the world was so huge that it wasn't difficult to change a person, even if that person was a good person back then. However, there were exceptions to everything. For example, Xiaoluan was also the will of the world, but at least she didn't reveal any thoughts of destroying the world. What about the second one? The Dragon King of the East Sea continued to ask. Hearing this, Lin Ling and the giant ghost fell silent. In the end, Lin Ling said in a low voice, "The second one is one of the 4 gods of the void of the 9 prefectures. His name is Lei Gong." Lei Gong. The Dragon King of the East Sea nodded again. However, he didn't see that Lin Ling's expression was very complicated. Because until now, he still found it difficult to admit that Lei Gong was one of the wills of the world. This news was too shocking. When Lin Ling saw the stone tablet in the ruins on the 7th level, it took him a long time to accept the news. Now, Lin Ling didn't know if Lei Gong knew that he was the will of the world. If he knew, would Lei Gong be able to accept it? Many of the wills of the world were destroyed in the War of the Gods. However, they are immortal and can be reincarnated. Therefore, the fate of those who are born with the will of the world has already been arranged. This is something they can't change. It can only be said that it is fated. At this moment, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said, "Moreover, during the Great War of the Gods, the Great War of the Primordial World, and the Great War of the Investiture of the Gods, not all of the world wills appeared together. Some of them are still in the Great Tao of Reincarnation. However, I have a feeling that in this era, 10 world wills will appear. Because in that universe, the Almighties guarding the strongest world will have noticed that the current world will is somewhat different, and it has become even crazier. Although I don't know why it's like this, these signs show that the real end of the world is not far away." Lin Ling and the others went silent when they heard this. Even if their strengths were formidable now, they were still tiny like ants when facing the formidable existences of the prehistoric era. "Lin Ling, thank you for telling me about the 8 gods' notes. In return, I will help you become a god." After letting out a long sigh, the Dragon King of the East Sea collected his thoughts and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. He could also see that Lin Ling had not completely become a god, but he was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a god. "If you want to achieve godly ascension with me, you'll definitely achieve godly ascension. Of course, that's only if you don't die." Then, the Dragon King of the East Sea added, "Godly ascension." Lin Ling's eyes burned with passion. He naturally knew that it was extremely difficult to break through the martial god realm and become a god completely. One had to be recognized by the great path of the void. Only then would the most terrifying divine tribulation descend. However, not everyone could overcome such a divine tribulation as it covered a vast area. Because there were flaws in the martial path, the martial heart, the body, the level of the divine fetus, and so on. However, with the Dragon King of the East Sea, he could help Lin Ling achieve godly ascension. However, the process was much more difficult than breaking through on his own. If he failed, his cultivation would not regress, but he would die. It's really time-saving. After all, I haven't sensed the divine tribulation of the great path so far, and I don't know when the divine tribulation will descend. Since the Dragon King has a way, I, Lin Ling, will go all out. The corners of Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. He guessed that the void of the 9 states had undergone a drastic change. Therefore, in order to take the initiative, he had to become stronger. Straightforward. Then follow me. Seeing that Lin Ling had agreed, the Dragon King of the East Sea nodded in appreciation. He stood up and led Lin Ling forward. That was where the sea-steadying needle used to be. However, the sea-steadying needle is no longer there. I gave it to a close friend. However, the eye of the sea that the sea-steadying needle suppressed is the best place to become a god. The Dragon King of the East Sea said as they walked. You gave the sea-steadying needle to a close friend? Wasn't it snatched away? Lin Ling followed behind and suddenly asked suspiciously. Rumble. The Dragon King of the East Sea slipped and almost fell. He looked extremely embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, he and I have been good friends for many years. How could he snatch it away? Back then, he begged me for a long time before I gave the sea-steadying needle to him. But that's not right. Why is it different from what I know? I remember that the expert snatched it forcefully. The old Dragon King was on the verge of tears, but he didn't dare to say a word. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned. He naturally knew what the sea-steadying needle was. It was the Rui Jingu Bang. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea's close friend, it was the great sage, Heaven's Equal, Sun Wukong. In Journey to the West, the great sage, Heaven's Equal had snatched the Rui Jingu Bang forcefully when he first came to the East Sea Dragon Palace. As for the Dragon King of the East Sea, his beard had almost been plucked off by the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Rumble. The moment Lin Ling finished speaking, the Dragon King of the East Sea finally fell. The entire Dragon Palace shook. As for the Lords of the Sea behind him, they covered their mouths and snickered. They naturally knew about the embarrassing past. We wouldn't have known each other if we hadn't fought. Very quickly, the Dragon King of the East Sea got up. The smile on his face was even more forced. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. As the Dragon King of his generation, he had actually been humiliated by a few juniors. However, how did this Lin Ling know about the ancient legends? Could it be that he was really the reincarnation of some almighty like those people had said? The group continued forward. Before long, they finally reached the mountains behind the Dragon Palace. The mountains were majestic, like gods sitting on the ground. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the mountains were full of scars and holes. Back then, when that close friend of mine obtained the sea-steadying needle, he waved it around in a fit of excitement. The entire East Sea tumbled. Those scars were left behind back then. It's a pity that my close friend has disappeared. Sighed. Looking at the mountains full of holes, the Dragon King of the East Sea sighed softly. As for Lin Ling, his gaze was on the mountains. A huge vortex rose up. Below the vortex was a huge, deep pit. Legend had it that the sea-steadying needle was stuck here. Chapter 43:22. Then I'll go. Go. Lin Ling could sense the mystery of the Eye of the Sea, but he also knew that nothing ventured, nothing gained. Lin Ling immediately shot forward. In mid-air, the real body of the Thunderlock appeared, and 8 wings appeared, allowing him to wreak havoc like a bolt of white lightning. Lin Ling, you must cross this Eye of the Sea. Go! Looking at Lin Ling, Emperor God Zhang Gang and the giant ghost were a little nervous for Lin Ling. The eyes of the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts flickered. They knew very well that the Eye of the Sea had experienced countless years and seen the great tribulation of the gods. Therefore, as long as someone approached it, they would have to endure the great tribulation of the great Tao gods. The main reason was that the great sage, Heaven's Equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle, causing it to be unearthed. This caused the gods and Buddhas to be dissatisfied, and all the gods and Buddhas in the Eye of the Sea had set up a god's domain. However, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was too ferocious. When he waved the godly sea-steadying needle, he destroyed the great tribulation of the gods and Buddhas. Therefore, the great tribulation of the gods did not disturb the great sage, Heaven's Equal. Instead, it left a lot of trouble for him. Crackle. After Lin Ling got closer, he immediately sensed a terrifying whirlpool that wanted to tear his body apart. This whirlpool was very strange. Not only was it harmful to the physical body, but it was also fatal to the divine fetus, dantian, and soul. This also made Lin Ling realize that this whirlpool was several times more powerful than the East Sea whirlpool. First stage. Go! Lin Ling sensed that he could not hold on any longer, so he immediately increased his strength again. Now, he had not even reached the eye of the sea, but he had to use 60% of his strength. This showed how terrifying the huge pit was. It was hard to imagine how the great sage, heaven's equal, had seized the godly sea-steadying needle. He was so powerful. After activating the first stage of the innate talent fusion, the pressure on Lin Ling lessened a little, but it didn't last for long. When he was about to approach the eye of the sea, he heard the endless sound of a tsunami, as if countless people were roaring in his ears. It gave him a splitting headache, and his soul almost exploded. However, the huge crater also appeared before his eyes. Looking at the crater up close, Lin Ling discovered that the crater was even bigger than he had imagined. It was hard to imagine just how big the sea-stabilizing divine needle was. Back then, the great sage equaling heaven was able to pull out the sea-stabilizing divine needle, but I'm not as powerful as that legendary figure. But if I can't even reach the eye of the sea, then what's the point of me practicing martial arts? Lin Ling's eyes were bloodshot. He looked up to the sky and roared. Second section. The three divine embryos erupted with power. Glaring Vajra, Human King's aura, and tyrannical Thunder Lake. These three gods stood guard behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling's aura to rise crazily. This guy actually hid the talents of so many gods. He's not simple at all. The Dragon King of the East Sea and the Lords of the Seas all looked at Lin Ling. This was the first time they had seen Lin Ling's methods, and they were a little surprised. This was because, from ancient times until now, they had seen countless gods come into being, as well as countless other worldlings. But for someone like Lin Ling, who had 7 divine embryos suppressed his entire life, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. It was hard to imagine how 7 different powers could be present in one body at the same time. Rumble. Looking at the eye of the sea, after the 3 divine embryos were activated, Lin Ling's strength soared, and he finally disappeared into the huge eye of the sea. However, when the eye of the sea sensed the arrival of life, it immediately overturned the seas and rivers, causing the entire East Sea to shake. It was as if the sea-stabilizing divine needle had been unearthed. It's begun. The Dragon King of the East Sea muttered to himself as he watched the tyrannical whirlpool soar into the sky. He knew that everything that followed would depend on Lin Ling himself. Rumble. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the eye of the sea, Lin Ling finally understood how terrifying this place was. It was like a violent storm, and the tyrannical whirlpool rose from the bottom of his feet. It was as if countless hands were pressing on Lin Ling's body, wanting to tear him apart. Ah! Ah! Even with Lin Ling's strong physical body, he was still vomiting blood. This eye of the sea has a power that surpasses the steps of the gods. Ah! Lin Ling's mind seemed to explode. He held his head with both hands, and his whole body twitched non-stop. Right now, he felt as if he was the great sage equal to heaven, suppressed by the Buddha god in the 5-finger mountain and refined into a pill furnace. That feeling of powerlessness continued to spread out from his body, as if it was going to destroy him. However, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that within the huge whirlpool, there was a mysterious power that was constantly changing his body. His realm essence was currently transforming, turning into a power that was recognized by the divine world. This was divine origin. This power had the power to turn something rotten into something miraculous. If realm essence was the power of the 9 prefectures, then divine origin was the power of the divine world, or even the entire universe. Third stage. Sensing that he could no longer bear it, Lin Ling also let out an angry roar and used his final trump card. In the huge eye of the sea, the gray-robed Lin Ling appeared. The moment he appeared, his body that was originally moving with the whirlpool quietly stabilized. The third stage was too powerful. His realm essence, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine origin had all reached the peak. After stabilizing his body, Lin Ling took a deep breath. His eyes looked at the deep hole that was constantly surging with exploding whirlpools. Finally, he gritted his teeth and rushed down. He clearly knew that with this area, if he wanted to completely become a god, he was still lacking. Crash! After activating the 15 realms speed, Lin Ling continued to sink. However, as time passed, the terrifying pressure became greater and greater. Get lost. Crash. Lin Ling continued to attack, trying to destroy all the whirlpools around him. Now, his eyes were red and his hair was messy. He was going crazy again. Crash. However, at this moment, there was a rumbling sound. A huge light appeared under his feet, forming a dazzling hot storm. Mixed with seawater, it wrapped around Lin Ling. Is it fire? Divine fire? Crash. Lin Ling was shocked. It was no longer a whirlpool of seawater? Crash. By the time he reacted, the firestorm had already wrapped around Lin Ling. It was constantly tearing him apart and burning him. Within the storm, Lin Ling's body was constantly being destroyed and fused together. His physical body was simply too powerful. If it was anyone else, they would definitely have died. There were no inner demons in the Eye of the Sea, but the tyrannical power was not something ordinary people could withstand. Therefore, in the era of the gods, even if people knew that the Eye of the Sea could allow one to undergo tribulation, very few people dared to do so unless they were crazy. Lin Ling was also forced by the situation. After all, if he had to wait for the Great Void Tribulation to arrive, he did not know how long it would take. He could not wait. Chapter 43:23. Damn it, there's more. More. Lin Ling sensed that the power was the power of frost. Then, he was wrapped in a frost storm and constantly frozen. Then, he was burned and destroyed by the firestorm and shattered into pieces of glass. However, his physical body could be reborn from a drop of blood. Therefore, the fragments gave birth to Lin Ling, but they were baptized by the catastrophe again. More. More. Soon, Lin Ling let out another angry roar because he found that another black power was born under his feet. This time, it was the storm of the underworld. In the storm, countless underworld spirits came with chains, scythes, and soul-beating sticks. Lin Ling even saw Meng Pe, the black and white impermanence, and the king of hell. Whoosh! After the black storm wrapped around Lin Ling sensed that countless underworld spirits were tearing his soul apart. Is this bullshit catastrophe really so difficult to pass? More. Lin Ling held his head and kept kicking in the air. Now, in addition to his physical body, his soul was also destroyed. If he wanted to take a shortcut and become a god quickly, the process was obviously very simple. Sometimes, the vast void was also very fair. However, the black storm was not the end, because under Lin Ling's feet, there were a few storms of different colors that came gushing from the back of the mountain. There was divine thunder. There was a blade. There was a curse. More and more storms wrapped around Lin Ling, as if they wanted to kill Lin Ling here. Rumble! In the distance, people stared ahead without blinking. They could see that there were storms of different colors in the huge sea eye in front of them. It was very terrifying. The sea eye tribulation, from ancient times to the age of gods, very few people succeeded. 99% of them died there. The Dragon King of the East Sea narrowed his eyes and said lightly. His red beard swayed quietly under the waves. He looked calm, but in fact he was a little nervous. Since the success rate is so high, Dragon King, why did you let Lin Ling undergo the tribulation? Hearing this, the giant ghost couldn't help but cry out in worry. It almost rushed over to grab the Dragon King's beard and viciously pull it out. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea didn't mind the giant ghost's rudeness. He calmly said, "Those who can cross such a great calamity are all variables in the void. My close friend back then was one of them." Bullshit. Lin Ling is just an ordinary person from the sacred land of the rainforest. How could he be a variable in the void? You've killed him. When the giant ghost saw that the light from the sea eye was becoming more and more blinding, he became even more worried. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea shook his head and didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the giant ghost finally couldn't take it anymore. It flew over and landed on the Dragon King of the East Sea's dragon whiskers, pulling them furiously. "How dare you!" Seeing this, the ocean overlords all shouted angrily. However, the Dragon King of the East Sea waved his hand indifferently. His eyes were still staring in the direction of the sea eye. He suddenly laughed and said, "Lin Ling might be a variable in the void." He knew very well that in ancient times, Lin Ling's name had been praised by many ancient almighties. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary existence, how could those ancient almighties remember Lin Ling's name? This was also the reason why he brought Lin Ling to the sea eye to undergo the tribulation. Of course, he was also taking a gamble. If Lin Ling was just an ordinary person, then he might have died in the sea eye. This also proved that the ancient almighties had misjudged Lin Ling. In fact, I've been observing him before, but I discovered that although he has 7 divine embryos, he's still far from being a variable in the void. Therefore, I've always been curious about what makes him different. The Dragon King of the East Sea sighed and said softly, "Boom." At this moment, 7 rays of light of different colors suddenly shot out from the huge eye of the sea. They were Lin Ling's 7 divine embryos. Moreover, these 7 divine embryos seemed to be a little different than usual. There was an indescribable power in them. Although this power was very dim, even a trace of it seemed to be able to reverse the universe and change the void of the entire universe. The Dragon King of the East Sea's pupils contracted. The ocean overlords also opened their mouths wide. What was that? It's his Danton. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly let out a shocked roar. The giant ghost under his neck also stopped plucking the Dragon King of the East Sea's beard and looked at the sea eye in shock. Dantian. If he remembered correctly, Lin Ling seemed to be able to form a Dantian. Could this be the reason why the ancient almighties valued Lin Ling? It should be his Dantian. Legend has it that when 9 by 9 returns to 1, the creators will awaken and fight against the world's will. The Dragon King of the East Sea suddenly became agitated, his body trembling. In his mind, the primordial age, the age of the gods, and even the primordial age that he had never seen before flashed past his mind. The famous gods of those eras, Jiang Taigong, Neza, the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, the great sage, heaven's equal, the Jade Emperor, and other experts also appeared quietly and then disappeared. However, these famous deities and Buddhas didn't have a variable like Lin Ling, who had the unique trait of returning 9 to 1. At this time, a multicolored beam of light shot out from the huge eye of the sea, causing the water of the entire East Sea to move. Within the beam of light, a figure seemed to be bathed in it and slowly floated up. This person had his arms crossed in front of his chest. His clothes were tattered, and his muscles were bleeding profusely. However, his eyes were bright as he stared coldly ahead. Even though blood was seeping out of the corner of his mouth, he was unmoved. He was Lin Ling. Previously, he had almost been torn apart by the sea eye's power. However, at the critical moment, his Dantian was suddenly stimulated by a powerful force, causing his 7 Dantians to fuse. One had to know that Lin Ling's 3rd talent fusion had always been talent fusion. He had never tried to fuse his Dantian. After all, this represented 7 different powers, the 7 Dao universes. However, under the stimulation of external forces, this time, the fusion was complete. After the fusion, his Dantian became vast and mysterious, and there were strands of mysterious power that quietly overflowed. It was this power that helped Lin Ling to survive the sea eye's calamity. Now, the power of the calamity was quietly diminishing, so Lin Ling was also recovering quickly. Bathed in the beam of light, Lin Ling also noticed that his talents were increasing rapidly. The talents of the double dragon had reached the 5th grade. Chapter 43-24. And this was precisely divine essence. With this power in his body, Lin Ling sensed that the power contained in the vortex and the light beam around him could not affect him at all. Lin Ling was like a sea-stabilizing needle in a raging sea. He would not be alarmed even if the sky collapsed. I've finally become a deity. My cultivation is now at the early stage of the lower deity realm. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the people in the distance and said calmly, "I'm still alive." After he said that, the Dragon King of the East Sea and the others laughed excitedly. After so many years, Lin Ling could be considered one of the few people who had survived the calamity of the Eye of the Sea. The giant ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang looked excited. They were happy for Lin Ling. When Lin Ling was at the martial god realm, he could already fight against an early-stage lower deity. If he reached the early stage of the lower deity realm, he would be unrivaled among the lower deities. Times have changed. Now, there is one more deity who has been recognized by the void. Let's go. He will be comprehending it soon. Let's wait for him at the Dragon Palace. The Dragon King of the East Sea felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. He then left with the others. The giant ghost suppressed the excitement in its heart and gave Lin Ling, who was still floating in the pillar of light, a thumbs up. They left. Seeing that everyone had left, Lin Ling focused on bathing in the light pillar. He sensed that the light pillar had suppressed all the power that had destroyed him previously. However, the power was no longer hostile. Instead, it was a power that made him feel comfortable. It was nourishing his body. Therefore, Lin Ling did not want to waste this power. He absorbed it with all his might. My divine energy is increasing rapidly. My soul energy is also increasing. My physical strength is also increasing. The benefits of becoming a deity were obvious. Lin Ling was surprised. No wonder so many martial gods wanted to become a deity. Unknowingly, his soul force had reached the level of 100,000, stepping into the level of 100,000. As for his physical strength, he already had the power of 500,000 worlds. If he fused with the third stage talent, he could reach the power of 1.5 million worlds. Of course, this large increase was mainly due to the 7 divine embryos. The effects of the 7 divine embryos were naturally not as simple as 1 plus 1. Looking at his speed again, his original speed was 150,000 realms. If he fused with his innate talent, he could reach 200,000 realms. As for the power of divinity, it was 2,000 strands of power of divinity. If it was the third stage, it would be one of the 6,000 Daos. This was another huge leap. No wonder divine embryos are so important to gods. The higher the grade of the divine embryo, the more divine power it can bring, said Lin Ling in astonishment. He knew that even if the others had stepped into early-stage low-god realm, the extent of their improvement would not be as great as his. After all, if he was the only one who had made a breakthrough, it would mean that all 7 of them had made a breakthrough as well. Of course, Lin Ling also felt lucky that he was able to successfully break through. If he did not possess the primal chaos divine formula, he would have died in the eye of the sea. This also confirmed Lin Ling's conjecture that the primal chaos divine formula was the #1 cultivation technique in the void. Now, if I were in the land of the 9 prefectures, I might even be able to take on the 4 great gods head-on. Lin Ling took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and waited for the energy around him to continuously flow into his body. Time passed just like that. After an unknown period of time, the sea gradually calmed down. The pillar of light that shot up to the sky became dimmer and dimmer before finally disappearing. A figure floated down from the eye of the sea. With a wave of his right hand, a blue robe covered his body. After tying up his long hair, the newcomer left along the mountains. In the Dragon Palace, when everyone knew that Lin Ling had come out of seclusion, they all came to welcome him with smiles. In the huge hall of the Dragon Palace, the lords of the sea were all standing there. Congratulations, congratulations. Now, there's another god. The Dragon King of the East Sea cupped his hands and said to Lin Ling. His attitude was also different from before. He no longer considered himself as a senior, but as an equal to Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had become a god, and a god with extraordinary potential. Therefore, the Dragon King of the East Sea naturally let go of his previous attitude. He handed it over. I'm indebted to the old Dragon King for your help. I thank you here. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that he was more familiar with the great Tao of the Void. Unknowingly, his soul seemed to know many things. This feeling was very strange. It was indescribable and unclear. Therefore, he did not feel as amazed as before when he faced the Dragon King of the East Sea. Instead, he felt that everything was normal. Of course, everyone noticed this slight change. They knew that Lin Ling's attitude was mainly because Lin Ling's strength had increased too much. Unknowingly, he had narrowed the gap between him and the Dragon King of the East Sea. Celestial Emperor Zhang Gang could not do the same. Whether it was in the past or now, whenever he saw the Dragon King of the East Sea, he would more or less revere him. Lin Ling, congratulations. At this moment, the giant ghost smiled. As he looked like a yaksha, his smile gave off a sinister vibe. However, Lin Ling was too familiar with the giant ghost. Therefore, the sinister vibe felt more intimate to Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling also noticed that ever since the giant ghost obtained the Diary of the Eight Gods, he had changed a lot. He gave off the vibe of the Eight Gods. Early low god. You are the fastest person I have ever seen to become a god. Celestial Emperor Zhang Gang sized up Lin Ling and suddenly said, Lin Ling, I am a mid-stage low god. Why don't we have a spar? Although his cultivation level was higher than Lin Ling's, he felt that Lin Ling's fighting strength was definitely not much weaker than his. Sure. Lin Ling had no reason to refuse, because he also wanted to test out his own strength. Come. Celestial Emperor Zhang Gang accepted the challenge immediately. After drinking the wine in his hand, he stepped out and came to the center of the hall. The hall was incomparably grand. Even if the two of them were gods, their battle would not affect the hall. Lin Ling also took a sip of wine and immediately walked out. The two of them stood hundreds of meters apart and looked at each other with a smile. However, although they didn't seem to make a move, the void between the two of them was quietly turbulent at this moment. Waves of powerful divine origin were colliding with each other. These divine origin had the power to reverse the universe and distort black and white. This was also the first time Lin Ling used his divine origin to fight. He realized that his divine origin was much stronger than he had imagined. Come out! Lin Ling roared and took the lead. He waved his right hand and his divine origin surged. Then, thunderous crackling sounds could be heard. Colorful lights appeared and lingered around. They turned into colorful weapons. Chapter 43-25. There were many effects of divine origin. At some point, it could be comparable to soul power. It could be used to predict fortune, change one's fate, or even change a realm. Then, Lin Ling had turned his divine origin into a weapon. This was one of the means of divine origin. In actual fact, as long as Lin Ling wanted to, he could turn his divine origin into anything. This was one of the means of a god. Do you think you are the only one who can transform? Emperor God Zhang Gang smiled faintly and waved his right hand. Black divine origin appeared and turned into countless steel weapons. Then they started fighting with the weapons that Lin Ling had turned into. Bang, bang, bang. The battle was extremely intense. The fighting power was ferocious and comparable to an early-stage martial god. Swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling took a step forward and shot towards Emperor God Zhang Gang. He threw a punch out. Good lad. When he is controlling a weapon to fight, he can still fight. With this move, Lin Ling is more powerful than an ordinary early-stage lower god. Seeing Lin Ling's carefree look, many ocean lords laughed. The crab-like ocean king even clapped his two pincers. However, the way he clapped looked a little weird. Good one. Emperor God Zhang Gang's body turned black. His arm was so black that it was dazzling. It was like an indestructible steel. He threw a punch at Lin Ling. Emperor God Zhang Gang's strength is not bad. He has a strand of God steps. Although it is very little, it is enough to be proud. After all, many middle gods do not have God steps. However, Lin Ling has just broken through. Emperor God Zhang Gang is too embarrassed to use God steps. Seeing Emperor God Zhang Gang attack, the surrounding ocean lords evaluated. Don't underestimate him. When that guy was in martial god realm, he already had God steps. Moreover, his comprehension level is extremely high. Emperor God Zhang Gang could not help but scold the ocean lords. During this period of time, he had become familiar with the ocean lords. He was just in awe of the East Sea Dragon King. Boom! The two of them came from afar and collided fiercely. At the center of their fists, the void shattered like glass. There was an illusion of another universe. Moreover, the experts of that universe could also see the battle between the two gods through the void. Each and every one of them was so frightened that their faces turned pale. Those who were timid even began to prostrate themselves in worship, because the cultivators in that expanse of the void had never seen such a strong cultivator. Battle of creation gods, battle of gods. They roared towards the sky. Emperor God Zhang Gang. Lin Ling Emperor. You better use your full strength. Emperor God Zhang Gang laughed. Previously, he was afraid that he would hurt Lin Ling. Therefore, he had suppressed his strength. Now, he realized that he had been overthinking, because after he collided with Lin Ling, he noticed that Lin Ling's divine energy was so thick that it wasn't much inferior to a mid-stage low god like him. Lin Ling's advantage was not only his divine origin but also his physical body that was comparable to a divine demon. Kakaka. Veins appeared on Emperor God Zhang Gang's steel arm. Upon closer inspection, it looked as though there was black blood flowing down his arm. Xian Gang, he roared. His voice was like thunder. A total of 4,000 streaks of divine origin burst out from his fist. First stage fusion. Lin Ling also roared. His body began to change quietly. Countless tentacles appeared behind him. 3,000 streaks of divine origin were reflected back. Good fellow. Emperor God Zhang Gang roared. Although Lin Ling's divine origin was 1,000 streaks less than his, Lin Ling's other advantages were strong and made up for the lack of divine origin. 3,000 worlds, magnificent wind Xian Gang. Emperor God Zhang Gang activated his divine origin again and reached 5,000 streaks. Around his body, a huge black circle appeared. It was like a fortress and also like a complicated divine rune. It provided Emperor God Zhang Gang with great power. Lin Ling's arm began to tremble. His eyes twinkled. Emperor God Zhang Gang was a figure from the era of gods. The divine origin that he possessed was very strong. Moreover, it had the taste of steel. Steel was the hardest and indestructible. Second stage. Facing such an ancient god, Lin Ling did not hide anything. Human King, King Kong, and God of Thunder appeared behind him. The three divine embryos were undoubtedly twice as strong as before. 7th grade divine embryo. Emperor God Zhang Gang's eyes narrowed. Although he had a 9th grade divine embryo, facing Lin Ling's 3 divine embryos together, he immediately felt an indescribable pressure. Moreover, Lin Ling's 2nd stage innate talent fusion allowed him to sense that Lin Ling had 4,000 streaks of divine origin. However, its power was comparable to 6,000 streaks of divine origin. The reason was that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. This strength is similar to Grey Robe Lin Ling's. Emperor God Zhang Gang recalled the time when the 3 of them worked together to kill the blue giant. At that time, Lin Ling's strength was as strong as it was now. However, if he did not hear wrongly, the current Lin Ling was only at the 2nd stage innate talent fusion. Lin Ling, I'll let you see my divine embryos. Emperor God Zhang Gang suppressed the shock in his heart. When his fist came into contact with Lin Ling's fist, a pitch-black light suddenly engulfed Lin Ling's fist. When it came into contact with Lin Ling's arm, it caused Lin Ling's arm to turn pitch-black, as though it had been tempered. What? Lin Ling lowered his head to take a look. His expression changed instantly. Hee, this is the power of my innate talent. A 9th grade divine embryo that can absorb black iron. Back then I was from the spaceship Divine Hall and was quite famous there. Now that it has been engulfed by my black iron, unless it's a Tao of mutual restraint, it's impossible to break it. Emperor God Zhang Gang chuckled as he saw the black iron continue to engulf Lin Ling. That's not necessarily true. However, before the laughter ended, Lin Ling's body shook and the 7 divine embryos exploded at the same time. The black iron that covered the surface of his body immediately cracked. Then, it peeled off like an eggshell. This time, the real Lin Ling in the gray robe had appeared. Bang bang bang. Emperor God Zhang Gang was hit by the aura and took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock. Was this Lin Ling's full strength? That was too ferocious. He could fight with a mid-stage lower god. Awesome. Bullshit. After a long time, Emperor God Zhang Gang spat out these two sentences. Then, he shook his head helplessly. It seems like there's no need to spar. I, a mid-stage lower god, am not your match. Emperor God Zhang Gang, you haven't used your full strength. As for me, I've used my full strength. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. At the same time, he exited the innate talent fusion stage. Then, his soul power had increased greatly. Therefore, the time he could fuse had increased by a lot. Chapter 43-26. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Because his fighting power could actually increase by another 10 to 20%. Especially now that he had reached the step of wisdom, it was no small matter. It wouldn't be difficult to seal Emperor God Zhang Gang. Lin Ling, after you became a god, your strength is much stronger than before. When the Dragon King of the East Sea saw that the sparring had ended, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling was also one of the more special existences among the gods he had met, just like his close friend back in the day. In fact, in the age of the gods and the primordial era, every famous god had their own unique skills that made them famous. For example, his close friend's 8-9 arcane art, a certain god's divine tree that could farm any treasure, or some ancient almighty being's unparalleled speed. Lin Ling's unique skills were naturally his unparalleled divine origin and divine embryo. Thank you for your hospitality, Dragon King. However, I'm afraid something big has happened in the void of the 9 states, so I have to rush back immediately. I hope you can forgive me. At this moment, Lin Ling cupped his hands and said to the old Dragon King, "You should be talking about the 8 gods' diary." The Dragon King of the East Sea said solemnly, "Now, the hosts of the world are beginning to descend one by one. Sigh, the world's righteous path is full of vicissitudes. You should go back quickly. Don't let the world will succeed. Once the world will descends, no one can stop it." But Lin Ling nodded. After cupping his hands, he left with the giant ghost and Emperor God Zhang Gang. The Dragon King of the East Sea looked at Lin Ling and said to the Lords of the Sea, "Don't you think he's like my close friend back then?" "A little." The Lords of the Sea looked at each other and laughed. "They're a little alike. They're both fearless. However, Lin Ling is calmer than my close friend. He's also one of the variables in the void. I hope he can change the entire universe." The Dragon King of the East Sea looked into the distance and sighed. He didn't know what the world would look like when the 9 nines returned to 1 appeared. Perhaps this was one of the things that could resist the will of the world. At this moment, after Lin Ling and Emperor God Zhang Gang left the Dragon Palace, they swam along the sea. After Lin Ling became a god, he felt that the surrounding tyrannical seawater had weakened a lot. Dear guests, if you wish to leave the 8th floor, please head to the Lost Island. At this time, the surrounding seawater changed and turned into blue giants. They spoke human language and were very polite to Lin Ling and the other 2. "Alright, please lead the way." Lin Ling naturally knew that this was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's intention. Moreover, everything was as Grandpa Treasure God had said. The blue giant was indeed the Eastern Sea Dragon King's bodyguard. "Oh right, did you see a powerful old man?" Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought about Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu and immediately asked the blue giant. "They are in the south of the ocean and they are still fighting." What surprised Lin Ling was that these blue giants actually knew the whereabouts of Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu. Moreover, Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu was still fighting? "Bring me there immediately." Lin Ling's face turned cold. He was a little worried about Grandpa Treasure God. "Alright, dear guests." The blue giants nodded. Then, seeing that Lin Ling and the rest were slow, they immediately let Lin Ling ride on their shoulders. Actually, Lin Ling and the rest were not slow, they just had to use all their strength. However, this kind of speed consumed a lot of god origin energy. On the other hand, the blue giants were formed from the sea. Not only were they fast, they did not even need to use any strength. Immediately, a large group of blue giants rushed towards the east. That direction was beyond the 8 gods' heavenly palaces area and did not belong to the Eastern Sea. Therefore, even if they knew that Treasure God Nan Wolfenyu was fighting, they were too lazy to care. Their goal was to protect the Dragon Palace. So fast. Standing on the giant's shoulder, Lin Ling felt the sound of seawater rumbling in his ears. After assessing, he immediately knew that this was a speed of 300,000 world realms, which was slightly faster than his own speed. Almost there. Not long after, the blue giant under Lin Ling's feet said, causing Lin Ling's eyes to immediately look into the distance. Looking up, he saw an island floating in the sea in the distance. It was also covered in bubbles, but at this moment, the island was constantly emitting light, as if there were flowers blooming on the island. The light was obviously brought about by a powerful battle. It's still a battle. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. The battle between Grandpa Treasure God and Lord Ning started when he destroyed the underground palace and continued until now. As expected of a battle between gods. Boom boom boom. At this moment, on the island, the fierce battle was still going on. The entire island was now in ruins. There were no plants or creatures to be seen, only countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching the battle. Looking at the ground, there were craters with a radius of 10,000 miles everywhere, covering the entire island. Treasure God, let's see how long you can last. A cold voice floated out. Under the sky, a figure stood there. His clothes were tattered, but his divine aura was awe-inspiring. He was Minister Ning. This man was no longer as gentle and refined as before. Instead, he was a little crazy. He was like a mad god. Of course, Minister Ning was in a sorry state, but Nanhua Fenyu wasn't much better off. His clothes were tattered and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. His silver hair was no longer lustrous. You can't last much longer. Looking at Minister Ning with his tired eyes, Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu laughed heartily. However, as he laughed, a few of his teeth fell out. "Ha, look at your miserable appearance. You're so embarrassing." Seeing Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu's appearance, Minister Ning couldn't help but laugh. But as he laughed, he also vomited blood. Haha. This time, it was Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu's turn to laugh. In the distance, countless experts of the spirit kingdom were watching this scene with serious eyes. This was because these two experts had been fighting for a year. The battle was so intense that it felt like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. That kind of power could kill any martial god realm expert. It's hard to imagine that they could use such terrifying power for a year. Someone said in a low voice with a hint of shock in his voice. They're evenly matched. Someone else said, boom boom boom. As they were talking, the two of them collided again, blasting a large number of craters into the ground that was already full of holes. This is the 325th time. Everyone immediately retreated. Their bodies were protected by vital energy as they watched the battle in the distance with solemn eyes. Chapter 43:27. Seeing the two gods fighting without any regard for their lives, many people felt that victory or defeat would be decided in this short period of time. If Nanhua Fenyu loses, remember, you must kill him. His body is full of treasures and must be offered to the spirit nation. At this time, a deep voice suddenly came, causing many people to turn around and see a man in a long robe. Holy Spirit! People immediately bowed, knowing that this man was the current Holy Spirit, Han Xie. Lord Holy Spirit, are we going to kill Nanhua Fenyu? Someone looked at Han Xie and asked. That's right, this is also Lord Ning's intention, as well as the intention of the Spirit Nation's great god. Anyone who goes against the Spirit Nation must die, especially those who will never submit. Lord Ning also said that Nanhua Fenyu Treasure God will never submit, adding on the fact that he caused a ruckus on the island and let Steel Slayer God go. Emperor, this is a great crime. Han Xie said word by word, his eyes cold. Thinking about Lin Ling and the others who died at the bottom of the ocean, he was extremely unhappy because in his opinion, Lin Ling should have died by his hands. Boom. At this time, a dazzling sun appeared in the sky. Two forces crazily clashed. One was the power of wind and rain, the other was the power of frost. The power of the sun constantly spewed out, causing the earth to become stormy and frost to fill the sky. But at this time, a groan suddenly came out. The old man with the fluttering hair suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared, Minister Ning, you actually borrowed the power of the Spirit Nation. You have an unfair advantage. Ha! The spirit nation's power is also my power. How is this unfair? We've fought for 400 days, now there should be a result. On the other side, Minister Ning sneered. In fact, he had reached his limit. However, a mysterious power suddenly came and provided him with a portion of his power. He knew that this power came from the great god of the spirit nation. Moreover, the great god of the spirit nation also sent a message to him. It was to kill Nan Wufingyu. Therefore, although he had an unfair advantage, he did not dare to disobey the great god of the spirit nation. He waved his hand, and the giant sun in front of him drowned out the treasure god of Nan Wufingyu. The latter let out a painful roar. Boom! The sun suddenly exploded, revealing treasure god Nan Wufingyu's body. However, he was now covered in blood and his eyes were filled with madness. However, Minister Ning could see that Nan Wufingyu had reached his limit. Treasure god, our grudges can be traced back to the era of the gods. We have fought many times, and if it wasn't you who was injured, then it was me who was injured. I didn't think that today, this bond would come to an end. Minister Ning walked step by step towards Nan Wufingyu treasure god. His eyes, which were originally filled with madness, had unknowingly recovered. There was an additional trace of yearning and reluctance. Even though he hated Nan Wufingyu as well, he still had a friendly relationship with this old man after countless years of war. Therefore, his relationship with treasure god Nan Wufingyu was very strange. They seemed to be enemies, but they also seemed to appreciate each other. Yeah, I didn't expect it to end here either. Nan Wufingyu treasure god now knew about him. With his current strength, he could fight against a martial god, but clearly not against Minister Ning. We fought 300 times, right? Suddenly, Nan Wufingyu treasure god whispered. Seeing Minister Ning nod, he smiled. In fact, after fighting for so long, other than the stubbornness in my heart, I don't hate you at all. Minister Ning stopped and nodded. Ha! They glanced at each other, then let out heroic smiles. That was because they were also friends that had been forged through fighting. Let's do it. After Nan Wufingyu treasure god laughed, he suddenly felt relieved and said, She's been waiting for me for a long time. I should go accompany her. Hearing this, Minister Ning's eyes became serious. There was an additional trace of reluctance. It was as if in the future, he had lost an enemy who dared to fight against him with all his strength. This made him feel like he had lost something important. Sorry, Minister Ning, sometimes can't help myself. Minister Ning's arm, which was hanging by his leg, quietly gathered a powerful force. I know. Nan Wufingyu treasure god smiled. Dying in your hands is better than dying in the hands of those who want to cause trouble. At least, I've fought with you more than 300 times, and after 300 times, you've succeeded in killing me. But before I die, I want to know what she said to you. Minister Ning's heart trembled. He almost wanted to say it, but for some reason, he didn't want to say it. Speak. Nan Wufingyu treasure god roared when he saw Minister Ning's silence. I'm sorry, I can let you do anything, but there are two things that I can't let you do. First, the spirit nation, and second her. Minister Ning shook his head in the end. He couldn't tell Nan Wufingyu treasure god that she said before she died that she loved Nan Wufingyu treasure god. Treasure god, rest in peace. Then Minister Ning attacked. You bastard! Nan Wufingyu treasure god cursed. He was about to die, but Minister Ning still didn't say anything. He's finally dead. In the distance, the experts of the spirit nation narrowed their eyes. Han Xie's lips curled up in anticipation because the spirit nation had promised him that if Nan Wufingyu treasure god died, his body would belong to Han Xie. Nan Wufingyu treasure god was a late lower god, so his body was naturally incomparably precious. Grandpa treasure god, I'll save you. However, just as Minister Ning was about to attack, a loud roar suddenly sounded, shocking the entire island. Almost instantly, everyone raised their heads, their faces filled with disbelief. Minister Ning and Han Xie's bodies trembled, and their eyes widened. They said at the same time, Lin Ling? How is that possible? Didn't Lin Ling die at the bottom of the sea? After recovering from his shock, Han Xie gritted his teeth and said, When the island collapsed, countless people fell to the bottom of the sea and were killed by the blue giant. This was something he had seen with his own eyes. If it wasn't for the great god of the spirit nation, he, Han Xie, would have died there. But now Lin Ling was still alive? Lin Ling. When Nanhua Fengyu treasure god heard this, his heart of death suddenly saw a ray of light. He had fought with Minister Ning for countless years, and he was also tired. However, Minister Ning didn't say the words she said before she left. This made Nanhua Fengyu treasure god very unwilling. If he didn't hear those words, he didn't want to die. And now Lin Ling had come to help him. This brat is really so powerful. Chapter 43:28. Treasure God, do you think Lin Ling will be of any help? Maybe I'll kill him too. But soon, Minister Ning sneered and looked at Nanhua Fengyu. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes narrowed. Yes, with Lin Ling's strength, how could he be Minister Ning's opponent? However, he suddenly thought of something. After all, during the battle on the island, everyone thought Lin Ling was going to drink Meng Po's soup and go to the underworld. But Lin Ling didn't. Instead, he destroyed the island. So now, everything was possible. I said before that Lin Ling was a message arranged by the heavens. She told me through Lin Ling that she must love me. Now that Lin Ling is here, it proves her feelings even more. At this thought, Nanhua Fengbao smiled brilliantly. Treasure God, you're dreaming, Minister Ning said in a low voice. He obviously thought of the island. Now, I'll kill the will of the heavens right in front of you. This will also prove that everything is just your imagination. She loves me. Then, Minister Ning roared and his divine energy surged. His eyes looked into the distance, wanting to kill Lin Ling. However, just as he took a step in the sky, he stopped abruptly. Looking at the Spirit Kingdom experts on the island, they originally wanted to take revenge on Lin Ling. But after seeing the scene in the distance, none of them dared to move. The more cowardly ones were so scared that their faces turned pale. Because looking at the horizon, there was a sea of blue. On the other side of the island, rolling ocean water rushed into the sky as if it was going to drown the entire island. In front of the ocean, countless blue giants were walking over step by step. These were the blue giants. Even someone as strong as Nanhua Fengyu had to retreat from one blue giant. But there was more than one. Looking at the shoulder of the leading blue giant, a figure stood there proudly. His eyes were cold as if a king had returned. Oh my God! After seeing the blue giant clearly, the Spirit Kingdom experts were so scared that they fell to the ground. After all, they had just witnessed the blue giant's massacre a year ago. Any expert who fell into the hands of the blue giant would be killed instantly. Lin Ling, it's him. Han Xie's eyes narrowed and his body trembled with anger. Why didn't the blue giant kill Lin Ling but help Lin Ling instead? Why? This was too unfair. He was afraid that he was dreaming, so he slapped himself hard. But in the end, even though his teeth were knocked out, the illusion in front of him was real. Blue giant. Minister Ning's eyes narrowed. He had been on the island for many years, so he knew how terrifying the blue giants were. These creatures were inhumane. As long as they dared to leave the island, they would be killed without mercy. Over the years, he had tried to communicate with the blue giants, but in the end, these blue giants were like Buddha, didn't seem to be sentient and ignored him. And now, Lin Ling had actually summoned the blue giant and allowed it to land on the island. All of this was too inconceivable, too abnormal. Previously, he thought that killing Lin Ling would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, it seemed that even his survival was a problem. Boom, boom. In a short period of time, the entire island was surrounded by countless blue giants. It was like an army of gods attacking a city. The Spirit Kingdom experts were silent. They were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. On the other hand, Lin Ling stood on the blue giant's shoulder and walked towards the sky. His eyes were locked on Lord Ning and Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu. What an intense battle. Fortunately, I rushed over, Lin Ling said to himself. He then nodded at Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu and looked at Lord Ning. Let go of Treasure God Grandpa and I'll let you leave. Let him go? Do you know how long I've been fighting with him? Now that you've let him go, all my years of effort have gone down the drain. Seeing that Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him, Minister Ning said in a low voice. When he first met Lin Ling in Spirit Light City, Lin Ling was like a junior. Although he wasn't afraid of him, there was still a hint of respect. But now, this junior dared to confront him head-on. He wasn't any weaker than him. I've destroyed your island and caused the Spirit Nation's efforts to go down the drain. Why don't you kill me? Hearing this, Lin Ling said plainly. Now, Minister Ning was silent. He also wanted to kill, but the blue giant behind Lin Ling was glaring at him. He was afraid that before he could reach Lin Ling, he would be drowned by the blue giant. Come and kill me. Seeing that Minister Ning was silent, Lin Ling's voice became louder. Looking at him, he was no longer a junior. It was as if he was one of the 9 states' 4 great gods. You should know that if you kill Treasure God Grandpa, everyone here will die, including you. This will be a huge loss to Spirit Kingdom. You can bear the consequences. Lin Ling said again. Hearing this, Minister Ning was still silent. But he began to hesitate. In his world, Spirit Kingdom's cause was number 1. It even surpassed his own life and death. Therefore, if these people were to fall, the Spirit Kingdom would definitely suffer a loss. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain, releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Thinking of this, Lord Ning sighed. Back then, he saw that Lin Ling was talented, so he gave Lin Ling the opportunity to join Spirit Kingdom. But who knew that this tiger wasn't someone he could control? After a long sigh, Lord Ning finally nodded and said, Okay, I promise you. Yes. Treasure God Grandpa, come here. Seeing this, Lin Ling said to Treasure God Nan Wufenyu. The latter held his injured body and immediately flew towards Lin Ling. Throughout the process, Lord Ning didn't stop him. He knew that although Lin Ling was arrogant, he was also a man of principle. Since he agreed to let them go, then he would definitely do it. He meant what he said. When Lin Ling saw that Treasure God Nan Wufenyu had arrived safely, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Lord Ning and said, Back then, you helped me once. Today, I'll help you once. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. After all, you should know that on this island, there is someone who I really want to kill. Lin Ling obviously noticed Han Xie. This Han Xie had devoured the evil ghost and his strength had increased greatly. This made Lin Ling feel that he was a great threat that must be eliminated. However, this time he gave Lord Ning face. After all, back in Spirit Light City, if Lord Ning had wanted to kill him, he, Lin Ling, wouldn't have been able to leave alive. After that he, Lin Ling, destroyed the awakening of Spirit Kingdom's great god. Lord Ning could have killed him, but the latter didn't. Instead, because of his greed, he missed this opportunity. But no matter what, he, Lin Ling, did owe Lord Ning a favor. Chapter 43:29. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. Lin Ling nodded. Although you are no longer the same as before, I still believe that you will return to the Spirit Nation one day. Let's go. Lord Ning took a deep look at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, he led everyone away. Even now, he still did not give up on recruiting Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling did not believe it. Perhaps the entire Spirit Nation wanted to kill him. Grandpa Treasure God, are you all right? After Lord Ning and the others left, Lin Ling looked at Treasure God Nan Wufenyu and asked, I'm fine, just a little injured. Although Minister Ning is despicable, he is still a magnanimous person. He would either kill me or let me go. He won't use any underhanded methods. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu waved his hand and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. He never thought that the final decision of this trip to the 8 Gods' Heavenly Palace would be Lin Ling. When he first met Lin Ling, he asked Lin Ling for help. It seemed that this was the best choice in his life. These blue giants? Treasure God Nan Wufenyu stared behind Lin Ling and asked, let's talk about this as we walk. I think something big has happened in the 9 states. Let's hurry back. But with the help of the blue giant, Lin Ling and the rest arrived at a deserted island after a long time. There was a stone tablet floating there, burning with blue flames. It was exactly the same as the path Lin Ling and the rest had taken when they first entered. However, the current Lin Ling was no longer the same as when he first arrived. He was confident that he could easily open a path to leave. Of course, When he was about to make a move, the blue giants were even more convenient. With a tear of their hands, the stone tablet split open, revealing a passage that was just big enough for one person to enter. Amazing! Lin Ling praised. If he did not do well in the 9 states in the future, he could come to the 8th level and borrow troops from the Dragon King. He would probably be able to sweep the entire 9 states. Of course, he was only thinking about it because he had a feeling that the ancient Almighty would not easily interfere in the matters of the 9 states. It was as if there was a rule in the unseen world. Or perhaps, the will of the world also had powerful ancient Almighty that did not make a move. This was why the Dragon King of the East Sea and the other experts did not make a move. Let's go. The group passed through the 8th level one after another. When they appeared again, they were already on the 7th level. After that, the 4 of them did not stop and searched for the exit of the 7th level to leave. Sengyi. Along the way, Lin Ling saw Sengyi and the others. Big brother Lin Ling, Xiao Nan and brother An Yo were wandering in the dense forest. After noticing Lin Ling, they were both delighted. You guys have been here for the past year. Lin Ling was very surprised. He landed on the ground with Nan Wufengyu and the others, and then continued on with Saint Guyi and the others. Yes, and the other trial takers did not leave. I saw Ju Ying and the others not long ago. After all, they did not get the 8 gods notes, so they wanted to see what treasures there are on the 7th level. Little South said. A shield appeared in his hand and he waved it around happily. Look like. Lin Ling glanced at it and immediately knew that it was a rare innate divine weapon. Of course, compared to the saber Saint Guyi got, it was still a little weaker. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you are different? Because my saber can sense it. At this time, Saint Guyi looked at Lin Ling and said in shock. Yes, I've become a god. Lin Ling replied casually. His words made Saint Guyi and Little South's hearts roar. It had only been a year, and Lin Ling had become a god? One must know that a year ago, Lin Ling was only a 9th level martial god. What had Lin Ling encountered on the 8th level? All right, little kid, let's go back first. Your Lei Gong is in trouble. Seeing Saint Guyi and the others blabbering on, God Emperor Zhang Gang became impatient and interrupted them. When they saw the people behind Lin Ling, Saint Guyi and the others did not dare to speak. They could sense that these people were very strong, like gods. Lord Lei Gong is in trouble. Saint Guyi became worried when he heard God Emperor Zhang Gang's words. He clearly did not know about the 8 gods notes, or he would have been in Lei Gong's palace by now. Let's go back now. Lin Ling did not have time to explain. He led the group in the direction of the exit. Little South and the others were familiar with the direction of the exit. It was a bronze gate. This bronze gate was located in a ruin. It was very simple and unadorned. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, they immediately saw a few people preparing to leave. These people were the trial takers. When they saw Lin Ling, fear appeared in the trial takers' eyes. They clearly did not know about Lin Ling's strength on the 8th level, but they knew that even without going to the 8th level, Lin Ling was not someone they could fight against. Lin Ling. Among them, Xiao Er was also present. He was now looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Get lost. However, Lin Ling did not take them seriously at all and shouted angrily. This domineering voice made Xiao Er's face turn ugly. However, he knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he endured it. Let's see how you answer to the gods when we go back. Xiao Er suddenly recalled that Lin Ling had killed the trial takers, so he gloated over their misfortune. It's none of your business. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him and walked past him. However, after he spoke, a domineering aura pressed down. This aura was like an avalanche, spreading in all directions. It caused the trial takers' legs to tremble, and they fell to the ground with a plop. As for Xiao Er, he was obviously under an even greater pressure. Xiao Er directly transformed into his dragon form as well, because only in this way would the pressure he had to endure be slightly reduced. However, just as he had transformed into his dragon form and was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws, Lin Ling, who had already arrived in front of the bronze door, stopped in his tracks and looked back. So noisy, get lost. This time he finally looked at Xiao Er. However, the aura of a god also directly landed on Xiao Er's body. Rumble. Xiao Er, who was hovering in midair, was violently smashed to the ground as if he had been slapped by a large hand. After landing on the ground, he frantically struggled, twisting his body like a small snake. However, he could not break free from the enormous pressure on his body. He was in a very sorry state. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Lin Ling coldly glanced at Xiao Er and strode through the bronze door. Even if you're a dragon, you have to lie down. Chapter 43:30. While Xiao Er was struggling, a few challengers came from afar. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all asked around and were shocked speechless for a long time. The strength of the 8 new gods was too terrifying. Looking at Lin Ling and the others, they had also left through the 7th level. After a long time, they finally reached the void of the 9 states. Everyone stood in the void and looked into the distance. Inexplicably, there was a complicated feeling in their hearts. The void of the 9 states did not seem as powerful as the 8th level of the 8 gods world. However, it seemed to be the center of the universe, causing everything to revolve around the void of the 9 states. Perhaps, it was also the symbol of an era. The realm of the gods was the symbol of the era of the gods. The void of the 9 states was naturally the symbol of the current era. I wonder what happened in the 9 states. Let's go back to Snow City and take a look. Lin Ling stood in the void and looked into the distance. Although the current void of the 9 states was about the same as before, he had a faint feeling that there was probably a huge storm that had quietly erupted here. Lin Ling, you guys go back to Snow City first. We'll go back to Lei Gong's hall to take a look. Let's go back to the Kurishin. St. Yi, Little South, and Nyogu all said goodbye to Lin Ling and then ran away. Lin Ling led Emperor God Zhang Gang, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu, and the giant ghost to Snow City. At this moment, Snow-Blowing City looked very calm. However, this kind of quietness was like a surging undercurrent. A powerful torrent was quietly spreading throughout the entire Snow-Blowing City. Senior sister, have you heard? There's news from Yushin that the Thunder God is the host body of the world's consciousness. Now, all the gods want to attack the Thunder God. Is this true or not? In the City Lord's mansion of Snow City, a figure paced back and forth. His eyes were filled with anxiety. He was Zhongqiri. He was obviously surprised by the sudden news. I don't know if this news is true or false. Perhaps someone is deliberately spreading rumors. So, before everything is confirmed, it's better not to jump to conclusions. Behind him, the old woman sat with a frown on her face. Obviously, she was also surprised by this news and believed that someone was deliberately targeting Lei Gong and spreading rumors. Yes, it must be fake news. Someone is deliberately targeting Lei Gong. This person is really despicable. Now that the Spirit Nation is eyeing him covetously, this person actually dares to attack his own people. What a vicious person. Zhongqiri suddenly stopped and said with certainty. But at this moment, a roaring sound suddenly rang out, shocking the entire Snow-Blowing City and causing it to tremble. What happened? The faces of the people of Snow-Blowing City changed greatly. Then they discovered that a huge thunderball was falling from the sky. It was like a huge black sun, slowly sinking and suppressing the sky above Snow-Blowing City. Rumble. This lightning ball was incomparably terrifying. The moment it was suppressed, the entire city was shaken. Those who were weak were even sent flying by the powerful lightning energy. Pitter-patter. Finally, the black thunderball fell on the street and wreaked havoc on the entire street. It was buried in the ground, constantly releasing lightning snakes, causing the surrounding area to become a thunder-forbidden zone. What happened? At this time, the governor and the old woman also arrived. They looked at the huge thunderball in shock from afar and realized that the thunderball was suppressing a terrifying power. But who was so arrogant to throw a terrifying thunderball here? Was this intentional? Lightning energy? Sakura, Yu, and the others also appeared. Their faces were very solemn. During this period, they naturally received the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world will. In this regard, they naturally took it as a joke at first. After all, the four gods were against the world will. Now that Lei Gong was the host of the world will, wasn't this a joke? However, as time passed, they began to feel that something was amiss. This was because the revival of the world will's host body had always been without any signs. Even the world will itself did not know about this. Therefore, wind from an empty cave might not be without reason. Lei Gong was Lin Ling's most powerful backer. If something happened to Lei Gong, then some people who hated Lin Ling would definitely attack Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's strength was enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents, he was still not invincible. There were still many people in the void of the 9 continents who could take his life. The person who came seems to be very arrogant. Young Beast Lord said with his eyes narrowed. Young Beast Lord, do you know who did it? Song Chiri and the old woman flew towards Young Beast Lord. Sakura and Young Beast Lord were rising stars now. Their strength was no longer the same as before. They were stronger than Song Chiri and were one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents. I don't know, but the person who came is very strong. The divine power suppressed by that thunderball is very terrifying. Sakura looked at Song Chiri and the others and said. Hearing this, Song Chiri and the others' faces became more serious. On the street, Ancestor Din and the others stood there with a worried look. They had heard about what had happened during this period of time. They didn't expect the 9 continents to be so turbulent. The investiture of the 9 continents had just been quiet for 100 years. Now there was a storm. Perhaps this is the Spirit Nation's method. Lin Ling's mother, Emo Nianchen, said with a frown. Hearing this, everyone nodded. They thought that the Spirit Nation was spreading rumors to cause internal strife in the 9 continents void. Nonsense. However, at this moment, a cold snort was heard, interrupting everyone's speculation. Then, a large number of experts came from afar, stepping on clouds. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in the sky above Snow City. The person in the lead was an old man wearing an 8-trigram robe. He looked very unfamiliar, but the people behind him gave off a familiar feeling because they were the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god. Duan lineage martial god, what is the meaning of this? Seeing this, Sakura and the others shouted. It was not difficult to guess that this huge thunderball should be the method of this group of people. However, the last time the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents were re-ranked, the Duan lineage martial god did not dare to be arrogant. When he saw Lin Ling, he did not even dare to fart. Now, he dared to arrogantly step in. Humph! Seeing this, the Duan lineage martial god and the others snorted and ignored Sakura and the others. Instead, they cupped their hands and said to the old man, Ancestor Qing, this is Snow City. Looking at their appearance, they seemed to be in awe of the old man. Looking at the people behind the old man, they were dressed differently from the 9 continents. They were all in the same uniform, but their strength was not weak. It was unknown where this group of experts came from. Chapter 43:31. Who are you? Young Beast Lord frowned and asked when he saw the old man's disdainful tone. However, the old man did not care about him at all. A list appeared in his hand and he said indifferently, In the name of Divine Emperor Di Lei, I want to take a few people away. They are Ancestor Din, Emo Nianchen, Yu, and Yuer, Shen Yuange, and Sakura. The names he read out were all related to Lin Ling. After he finished reading, he looked at everyone calmly and said, Do you have anything else to say? Who is Divine Emperor Di Lei? Sakura and the others frowned when they heard that because they had never heard of such a name. You're so ignorant. Duan my martial god said disdainfully, This is the order of the Imperial Court. I know you don't know what the Imperial Court is. Let me tell you, the Imperial Court is an independent island in the void of the 9 states. That is the Imperial Court. At this time, the old man added, that island is also one of the broken continents of the divine realm. Our master, Divine Emperor Di Lei, is the master of that island. As for my master, I think you've heard of him. He was the leader of the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, Divine Emperor Di Lei. Divine Emperor Di Lei. What? Sakura and the others were shocked when they heard that. Among the 9 states' 10 great martial gods, Two of them were more powerful than the other martial gods. They were as mysterious as distant divine mountains, hidden in the fog. One of them was Luli Empress. She was ranked second among the 10 great martial gods and one of the 8 new gods. The other person was older and had a long history, so he could not become a new god. He was Divine Emperor Di Lei, who was ranked first. This person had always been mysterious. He had become famous 30,000 years ago. There was a rumor that this person could fight against the 4 great deities. He was truly worthy of being called the #1 martial god. Even the glazed empress paled in comparison to him. Now, Divine Emperor Di Lei had surfaced and wanted to take Ancestor Tian and the others away? Senior, our Snow City has no enmity with martial god Di Lei. Why did you take our people away? Song Chiri immediately said. He couldn't afford to offend such a person. Do we need to explain to you what the imperial court does? Now you only have 2 paths to take. 1, all of you die, and then we'll take them away. 2, surrender yourself and we'll take him away. Make your choice. Hearing this, the old man coldly snorted. His voice was filled with disdain as he looked down on everyone. Then he muttered to himself, this Lin Ling arrogantly re-ranked the martial gods of the 9 provinces. My master just couldn't be bothered with him. Otherwise, does he think he has the right to re-rank the martial gods? The faces of Sakura and the others became increasingly solemn. Although all the experts of the God Slayer Alliance were present in Snow City and their strength was monstrous, they were obviously as weak as lambs in the face of the #1 martial god. Alright, cut the crap. You don't have a person, but you do have a life. I would like to see how impressive this so-called martial god Di Lei is. However, Sakura didn't think much of it. He took a step forward and his realm essence surged. You must be one of the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, Sakura. Ha, you really won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Seeing this, the old man sneered and looked around at everyone. Who else is next? The words, who else, were extremely domineering. This is the territory of the God Slayer Alliance. If we don't do anything after taking our people away, people will laugh at us. Young Master Yao walked out. Next, Yu and Yuer and the others did the same. These people were the top experts of the 9 provinces. If they fought in the 9 provinces, the entire 9 provinces would be shaken. However, the old man was also very domineering. He said indifferently, Duan my martial god, eternal martial god, I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Go and deal with the 2 martial gods. Leave the rest to me. Okay, Ancestor Qing. Duan my martial god and eternal martial god nodded. They looked at Sakura and young Master Yao. Then, without wasting any time, they attacked the 2 of them. Although they were also the 12 martial gods of the 9 provinces, it was obvious that Sakura and young Master Yao were weaker than Duan my martial god and eternal martial god. After all, they were martial gods who had just risen and weren't mature enough. Therefore, in a short period of time, Sakura and young Master Yao were suppressed. However, the God Slayer Alliance wasn't just as strong as the 2 of them. There were still many experts, and these experts were all looking at the old man called Ancestor Qing. Useless people. The old man's lips curled up. He had a heroic aura as if he looked down on the world. He stared at the crowd and suddenly shouted, Northern Wilderness Hill. Under his voice, an inexplicable, invisible force erupted. Rumble. The entire Snow City seemed to have been slapped by a giant palm and crazily sank. The cultivators in the city all vomited blood and fell down. Their minds buzzed and they instantly lost the ability to fight. Sound of thunder. And Yuer also had blood flowing out of the corner of her mouth, but she couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. The previous method was a sound of thunder. However, because this sound was too powerful, it had become silent. However, its power was terrifying and unprecedented. An expert who has become a god. Yu obviously sensed something. That old man should have the strength of a lower god, and his divine fetus wasn't weak. Bang, bang, bang. The cultivators in Snow City fell down one after another. The weaker ones directly lost consciousness. So weak. You can't even block one of my moves. Ancestor Qing clasped his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with disdain as he said to the people behind him, "Take away all the people on the list." "Yes, Ancestor Qing." The people behind him walked out and took away all the people who had lost the ability to fight. "You can't take them away." Seeing this, Indra and the others who were fighting with the Duan lineage martial god became anxious. However, they were firmly suppressed by the Duan lineage martial god and the others. They couldn't resist at all. The Duan lineage martial god and the others even sneered and repeatedly attacked, causing Indra and the others to vomit blood. "Alright, let them go. We are the imperial court, not some spirit kingdom. Since they know they were wrong, then let them live." However, the old man also stopped the Duan lineage martial god and the others. Then he wanted to take them away. However, at this moment, a figure crawled over. As he crawled, he vomited blood and said, "I'm Lin Ling's grandfather. You want to take us away because you want to use us to threaten Lin Ling, right? Just take them away. Let those juniors go." "Grandfather." Seeing this, Yu and the others shouted. Ancestor Tai Yen actually wanted to sacrifice himself so that everyone could escape? Chapter 43-32. Yes. Extreme Flame Ancestor said with blood flowing out from the corner of his mouth. He was everyone's elder, but he couldn't do anything when he saw the younger generation fighting to protect their family. Therefore, he was unwilling to give up. This time, he wanted to protect the younger generation with his own hands. "I see." Qing Zhu nodded after hearing this. Extreme Flame Ancestor's eyes flashed. Could it be that he could save the younger generation? Get lost. However, just as Ancestor Extreme Flame had this thought, Ancestor Qing kicked out. The kick shattered Ancestor Extreme Flame's chest. He coughed out blood and fell to the ground unconscious. "You're just an old man. You think you're qualified to bargain with me? Take them all away." After kicking Ancestor Extreme Flame away, Ancestor Qing said disdainfully. He waved his hand and took everyone away. The people on the ground looked at the departing group with powerless eyes. They felt like their hearts were being cut by a knife. Snow Wind City was famous in the final world. However, it was still vulnerable in front of the real ancient figures. "We're still too weak." Song Chiri, the old woman and the others touched their injured chests and looked at the distance with anger. In the distant sky, no one knew when it had started to snow. White snow fluttered in the air, dyeing the messy snow-blowing city into a silver-white color. Unknowingly, winter had arrived today. In the past, Snow Wind City would be bustling with noise to welcome the arrival of winter. However, the current Snow Wind City was less lively and more desolate. Some experts have come to Snow Wind City. I didn't expect that the powerful Snow Wind City would end up like this. I heard that Lei Gong has fallen. Otherwise, no one would dare to make a move in Lin Ling's territory. Lin Ling went to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. I wonder what he will do when he comes back and sees this scene. What else can he do? If Lei Gong is really like the rumors, then Lin Ling's powerful backer will be gone. Without a backer, although Lin Ling is strong, there are still many people who can kill him. The news of Snow-Blowing City quietly spread to the entire final world. Like a bomb, the final world was in turmoil. It's snowing. At this time, several figures were flying towards the Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling looked at the white snow falling from the sky, and the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Unknowingly, he had already spent several autumns and winters in the final world. Gradually, an ancient huge city began to appear in front of them. They had arrived at Snow-Blowing City. Seeing this, other than Emperor God Zhang Gang, Lin Ling and the other two smiled. No matter if it was Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu or the Giant Ghost, they had all lived in Snow Wind City for a long time and had an indescribable sense of warmth towards that place. Something's wrong with the power of lightning. All of a sudden, Lin Ling's smile vanished and he frowned. He sensed a powerful divine energy rushing out of Snow-Blowing City. The strength of this energy was not something that the people of the God Slayer Alliance could possess. Something is indeed wrong. Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu's expression also changed. He was inexplicably worried about Xiao Yu. The few of them sped up and flew towards snow-blowing city. After a while, they landed on the ground. They looked around and found that everyone in snow-blowing city had fallen to the ground and could not move at all. It was as if their bodies were paralyzed by the power of lightning. Lin Ling's gaze immediately swept around, but he did not find any of his family members. Not a single one. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with an excited expression. However, their bodies were powerless and they could not stand up at all. Senior. Lin Ling looked at the old woman and Song Chiri who were closest to him. He immediately flew over and activated his divine energy, destroying all the hidden divine energy in their bodies. Then, Lin Ling's divine energy seemed to be omnipotent. It spread to other people's bodies and cleared the lightning divine energy in their bodies. Treasure God Nanhua Fengyu was also helping. However, after he saw that Xiao Yu was fine, he finally relaxed. Lin Ling, it's the Duan my martial god. He brought martial god Di Lei's people here and took everyone away. After Song Chiri recovered, he immediately looked at Lin Ling and said excitedly. His eyes were moist. Because Lin Ling trusted him, he allowed his family to live in snow-blowing city. However, Song Chiri had failed Lin Ling's trust and let Lin Ling's family members be taken away. He was seriously injured. Grandpa, Yu and the others have been taken away. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed and a murderous aura spread out from his body. One should know that he had dominated the final world for many years and no one had dared to touch his family members. This had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. Moreover, Ancestor Tai Yen is injured. The old woman looked at Lin Ling awkwardly and said with a guilty expression, Grandpa is injured. A strong murderous aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. The tyrannical Song sword behind him was now jumping. A billowing sea of blood spread out like clouds and occupied the entire sky of snow-blowing city. Everyone sensed the terrifying murderous aura and their faces turned pale with fright. Lin Ling. The giant ghost was shocked. It was the first time he had seen Lin Ling erupt with such murderous aura. On Lin Ling's shoulder, little Kunlun had also awakened. Its vines were constantly caressing Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling had massacred on the island of Ling Kingdom, Lin Ling was passive at that time. Now, Lin Ling was actively killing as if he wanted to kill everyone in the world. However, little Kunlun had been with Lin Ling for many years. It knew what Lin Ling's reverse scale was, so it was not surprised by Lin Ling's anger. Under the obstruction of the giant ghost and little Kunlun, Lin Ling gradually withdrew his murderous aura, causing the sea of blood to slowly return to the scabbard. Of course, although Lin Ling had suppressed his murderous aura, his eyes still looked like they were about to devour someone. Who is martial god Di Lei? Lin Ling's voice was hoarse as he looked at the old woman and asked. Martial god Di Lei, the leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. The old woman immediately said, It's him. Nanhua Fengyu's eyes flashed when he heard this. Then he saw Lin Ling's confusion and explained, a junior from 30,000 years ago. He was very strong and fought against the 4 great martial gods back then. However, he was defeated in the end and disappeared without a trace. I didn't expect him to resurface today. To be recognized by treasure god Nanhua Fengyu, this showed how powerful martial god Di Lei was. The leader of the 10 great martial gods back then. Lin Ling murmured. Luli Empress was ranked 2nd among the 10 martial gods back then. This meant that martial god Di Lei was stronger than Luli Empress. Moreover, after so many years, martial god Di Lei was definitely a martial god now. Let's go find him. Lin Ling said without any hesitation. Okay, I know where he is. I'll take you there. Nanhua Fengyu immediately said. Chapter 43-33. All right. Lin Ling also told Emperor God Zhang Gang how to open the road to seeing gods. Then, he followed treasure god Nanhua Fengyu into the distance. Lin Ling, come back immediately after you're done with the things over there. God Emperor Zhang Gang reminded Lin Ling as he watched him leave. He had guessed that the 4 great gods were already in a state of chaos. That was why they needed Lin Ling. Lin Ling wasn't much weaker than him. He also knew many people in Lei Gong's palace. If he were to deal with those things, it would be much easier than Emperor God Zhang Gang. Lord Lin Ling, be careful. The members of the Godslayer Alliance also shouted at Lin Ling. Their hearts were filled with excitement. As expected of their lord, their great leader could solve a problem that no one else could. Moreover, he didn't seem to be afraid of martial god Di Lei at all. Lin Ling and treasure god Nan Wufenyu were very fast. They rushed out of the void in the blink of an eye. They were rushing towards the other side of the Kai Yuan River. One should know that the Kai Yuan River was like a Milky Way that separated the two sides of the void. On the other side of the river, there was not only the dragon tribe. There was also an endless void. It was just that very few people could go to the other side. Of course, this difficulty couldn't stop Lin Ling and treasure god Di Lei. Looks like Lin Ling is really angry. Sigh, martial god Di Lei could have offended anyone, but he had to offend Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't speak along the way. Therefore, treasure god Nan Wufenyu thought to himself. This was because even he rarely saw Lin Ling's cold attitude. Plus, he knew that Lin Ling wasn't the same as before. He was extremely powerful. Therefore, martial god Di Lei was courting death if he dared to offend Lin Ling. After flying for a short while, a large number of figures appeared in front of them. They seemed to be heading towards Lin Ling. Duan Vane martial god. Lin Ling was very powerful. He instantly saw two of them. Lin Ling, Duan my martial god, and the others were also surprised to see Lin Ling. They didn't expect to meet Lin Ling on the way back after handing the person over to Divine Emperor Di Lei. Immediately, they whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. He was very surprised. The two sides quickly met face to face. No one spoke, but a wave of baleful aura spread out from the two camps. You're Lin Ling? Didn't you go to the Eight Gods' heavenly palace? Why are you back so quickly? Green Ancestor was the first to speak. He also glanced at Nan Wufenyu treasure god, but he didn't recognize him, so he didn't put him in his eyes. Lin Ling, right? Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I guarantee that I won't touch you. After all, I've heard that you're someone that the four great gods want. Then he looked at Lin Ling and said. His words were like a reward. Lin Ling, did you hear that? Your luck is here. Kneel down and kowtow to me. The Duan my martial god also shouted when he saw this. He was extremely excited because he had finally found an opportunity to attack Lin Ling. Let me tell you, martial god Di Lei wants to become one of the four great gods. If you kowtow and admit your mistake, maybe martial god Di Lei will let you be a trial taker again. Eternal martial god said with a sinister smile. This was also the reason why Divine Emperor Di Lei wanted to capture Lin Ling's family. She wanted to subdue Lei Gong and become one of the four great gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling froze for a moment, then laughed maniacally. He looked at Nan Wufenyu treasure god and laughed even louder. Because a mere martial god Di Lei wanted to become one of the four great gods? What a joke! Although martial god Di Lei's strength was not bad, she was not strong enough to dominate the void of the 9 continents. Lin Ling was not much weaker than her. What are you laughing at? Qing Zhu frowned after seeing Nan Wufenyu treasure god laughing. Nan Wufenyu treasure god immediately looked at Qing Zhu and said, I'm laughing at martial god Di Lei. Who does she think she is? She dares to call herself one of the four great gods and wants the two of us to be her subordinates. Is she stupid? What did you say? Qing Zhu's eyes narrowed. That old man dared to scold Qing Zhu? Are you deaf? I'm saying, who does martial god Di Lei think he is? Do you understand? Do you need me to shout louder? Nan Wufenyu treasure god's eyes became even more disdainful. You're courting death. Duan my martial god and eternal martial god cursed at the same time. They had never seen Nan Wufenyu treasure god and didn't know how powerful he was. Qing Zhu and the people behind him were emitting a murderous aura that shook the void. Lin Ling and eternal martial god could laugh at anyone but Divine Emperor Di Lei. Kill them all. Qing Zhu couldn't take it anymore and roared. The experts behind him gritted their teeth and lunged at Lin Ling and eternal martial god. What an idiot, he doesn't know how strong Divine Emperor Di Lei is. Duan my martial god and eternal martial god sneered and waited for the scene of Lin Ling being beaten up. They knew that if martial god Di Lei didn't want Lin Ling to die, Qing Zhu alone would be enough to kill Lin Ling. I'll do it. Lin Ling's suppressed killing intent finally erupted when he saw them attack. Because he'd noticed earlier that Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others weren't amongst them. So, he didn't intend to waste any more time. A surging sea of blood gushed out from behind him and flooded the entire void. A sword floated out and landed in Lin Ling's hand. Hua Yen Fourth Association. After Lin Ling's sword of murderous aura floated in his hand, the steps of slaughter appeared. Now that Lin Ling was a deity, his sword was even more powerful than when he was on the island of Ling Nation. Rumble. The sea of blood engulfed everything. It was domineering and magnificent. Swoosh. As long as one wasn't a deity, they would be split into two. Their bodies would be submerged by the blood sea, turning into a part of the blood sea. In the blink of an eye, more than 100,000 peak martial gods were killed by a single slash. Qing Zhu and the others were stunned, especially the Duanmai martial god and the eternal martial god. Their eyes were trembling because Lin Ling's strength seemed to have more than doubled in less than 3 years after the battle in the Yellow Sea. What the hell is going on? After all, that group of experts from before were from the imperial court, and it was a formidable power that was isolated from the outside world. So, their strengths were extremely formidable. However, even such experts couldn't withstand Lin Ling's sword. After all, there were hundreds of thousands of people there. While they were still in shock, Qing Zhu, who was contemptuous at the beginning, finally showed a shocked expression and murmured, "A lower deity." What? Chapter 43-34. Only they knew how difficult it was to become a god. Although there was a basic requirement to become a god, which was to have a powerful divine fetus, there were also pros and cons. A powerful divine fetus had a lower chance of becoming a god. It would take a very long time to feel the arrival of a god's calamity. Lin Ling was originally very powerful and was almost invincible in the martial god realm. Logically speaking, it was inevitable for him to become a god. However, it would take at least 100,000 years for him to feel the arrival of a god's calamity. But now, only 3 years had passed since the Battle of the Yellow Sea, and Lin Ling had already become a god. This change was simply too great. Lin Ling stood in the void, holding the tyrannical song sword diagonally. His long hair fluttered gently, and a murderous aura quietly spread out. It was sharp and fierce. This aura was so strong that even Ancestor Qing sensed it. His eyes narrowed, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. This was because he did not expect Lin Ling to be a lower god. Ancestor Qing, this Lin Ling can't be left alive. He must be killed. Why don't we act first and report later? Anyway, Emperor Delay has never seen Lin Ling. When the time comes, we'll say that Lin Ling is dead. That's enough. At this time, the martial god looked at Ancestor Qing and said, his only hope now was Ancestor Qing. This was because even if Lin Ling had not become a god, he was confident that he was no match for Lin Ling. The reason he dared to provoke Lin Ling was all because of Ancestor Qing. That's right, Ancestor Qing is still here. Ancestor Qing is also a god who became a god 20,000 years before Lin Ling. How can Lin Ling be his match? The ancient divine emperor's eyes lit up, then he laughed and looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and begging for mercy? Don't think that you're so great just because you've become a god. This is Ancestor Qing, who was transformed from a divine pine in the divine world. He became a god 20,000 years before you. Divine pine. When he heard this, Lin Ling looked at Qing Zhu indifferently. He naturally noticed that the reason the Duan lineage martial god and the others dared to not fear him was because of that old man. Green Ancestor was still looking at Lin Ling. He slowly said, I didn't expect you to become a god. You're really lucky. Since it wasn't easy for you to become a god, I'll spare your life if you submit to Celestial Emperor Regal Thunder. You should know that there are strong and weak gods, such as in the final world. Some Castellans are experts who have become gods. However, at some point in time, their strength may not even be comparable to a peak martial god realm expert. You are one of the 8 new gods. After becoming a god, your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, in the end, your foundation is still weaker than mine. Are you done with your bullshit? Where are my grandpa and the others? Hearing this, Lin Ling disdained to say anything more. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Earlier, it was only you who used your sword. Otherwise, do you think that your sword could kill all of my people in front of my eyes? Green Ancestor sneered. Terrifying divine vitality began to surge out of his body. An evergreen pine tree quietly appeared behind him as if it had not fallen for 10,000 years. The activation of divine vitality immediately made Duan my martial god and the others laugh. They laughed a little excitedly because Green Ancestor was finally going to make a move. Do I need to use my sword against you? At this moment, Lin Ling moved and actually made a move. He didn't use his sword but punched out. He seemed to be far away from Green Ancestor, but the moment he punched out, he arrived in front of Green Ancestor in an instant. Attack me? Green Ancestor's eyes narrowed. He was very surprised because he was a lower god who had cultivated for 20,000 years. Lin Ling had just become a lower god. The difference between the two was 20,000 years. If a talented martial artist had 20,000 years, he could have completely become a martial god from nothing. So Lin Ling dared to be so arrogant when he had just become a god? Green Ancestor didn't waste time. He mobilized his divine vitality and punched out. He wanted to cripple Lin Ling's arm and let Lin Ling grow up. The two people's fists quickly collided, and a dull rumbling sound rang out. The collision of the wind and waves directly blew the Duan lineage martial god and the others back. Their eyes were also filled with seriousness. As for Green Ancestor, he immediately felt a terrifying pressure after colliding with Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's fist was so hard. It seemed that he had just broken through to become a lower god, but the density of his divine vitality was beyond imagination. Bang, bang, bang. Ancestor Qing took 3 steps in the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Then, he stopped and stared at Lin Ling with a serious look in his eyes. When he looked at Lin Ling again, he didn't move and didn't take a step back. He was a lower god who had 7 dantians. This meant that Green Ancestor was fighting against 7 lower gods at the same time. How could Green Ancestor withstand that? However, Lin Ling didn't follow up with another attack. Instead, he looked coldly at Green Ancestor. Green Ancestor didn't move. His 8 trigrams robe fluttered and he felt a little embarrassed. In the distance, Duan my martial god and the other martial god's eyes widened. This was because in the first collision between Lin Ling and Green Ancestor was the one who was sent flying. This was simply unbelievable. How dare a useless person like you touch my people? At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his mouth. His voice was cold, but it was also filled with a strong sense of disdain. Now, compared to Green Ancestor, he was obviously more like a god. A useless person like you? Hearing Lin Ling's words, Green Ancestor's face became a little twisted. He stared at Lin Ling with a little more killing intent. Fine, it's time to show my true strength. Swoosh. Terrifying divine origin suddenly spread out like seawater and changed the entire void. In the vast void, endless pine trees appeared and swayed in the wind, forming a spectacular scene like a sea of trees. In the sea of trees, a palm suddenly slapped towards Lin Ling. It was mixed with the power of 3,000 divine origin. This palm also quickly arrived in front of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He also slapped out with his palm. After the 2 palms collided, divine origin exploded. However, this time, the 2 of them were evenly matched. Neither of them took a step back. This time, I only have the power of divine origin. I didn't use my divine embryo. Otherwise, you definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Green Ancestor maintained his posture and looked coldly at Lin Ling as he said. However, Lin Ling shook his head and didn't say anything. This time, he activated his divine power. As soon as Qing Zhu finished speaking, Lin Ling launched a ferocious palm attack. Such a ferocious scene caused Qing Zhu's face to freeze. Then, he felt as if a torrential river was rushing towards him. His body was like a sea of trees, and he immediately floated back. As soon as he stabilized his body, he gritted his teeth because this was the second time he had lost face. Treasure tree. He shouted in a low voice and completely activated the power of divine embryo. The sea of trees behind him swept towards Lin Ling with a demonic force, as if to seal Lin Ling's divine origin. Chapter 43-35. Although Green Ancestor's divine fetus was not as powerful, it had the characteristics of a treasure tree. This was because his divine fetus was transformed from a pine tree not far from the treasure tree from ancient times. A 6th grade divine fetus. Lin Ling stared at the sea of trees in the distance. He could feel that his divine core strength and power of God were being depleted. However, the rate of depletion was not very fast. "Let's see how much power you can take away from me," Lin Ling shouted. His physical body, divine core strength and power of God were immediately enhanced by the first stage talent fusion. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Qing Zhu with a mysterious melody and killing intent. His fists immediately smashed out with earth-shattering force. Although his power was constantly being swept away, after the first part of the innate talent fusion, his power had increased greatly. Therefore, it was impossible to completely sweep away his power in a short period of time. He could not do it. Rumble. Countless palms struck out, causing the entire void to distort. The martial god and martial god Duan Mai, who were far away, felt as if a divine wind was pulling at them and trying to tear them apart. His power has increased. Green Ancestor's pupils constricted and his face was filled with disbelief. He thought that Lin Ling had just become a lower deity and his realm was unstable. However, after the collision, he realized that Lin Ling's realm was not like that of a lower deity who had just become a lower deity. He was more like a lower deity who had cultivated for 100,000 years. Of course, if Emperor God Zhang Gang was here, he would laugh disdainfully. As a deity from the era of the gods, he could not even take advantage of Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation. How could Green Ancestor, a rising star, be qualified to confront Lin Ling in a head-on confrontation? Countless palms came and destroyed the sea of trees. Green Ancestor spat out blood and retreated. Blood kept flowing out from the corner of his mouth. North-facing Green Mountain. At this critical moment, Green Ancestor ignored his injuries and unleashed his full power. After the sea of trees disappeared, an ancient brown pine tree rose from the ground and grew rapidly. It was verdant and exuded an ancient aura. However, just as the tree started to grow, a sword made out of a sea of blood arrived. Looking at the horizon in the sky, one could see the surging waves of an ocean as if 10,000 horses were galloping. However, the murderous intent engulfed the divine pine tree and cut it into 2 halves. My divine embryo. Green Ancestor spat out mouthfuls of blood. He no longer had the arrogance he had before. Instead, he looked dispirited. His divine embryo had actually been severed by Lin Ling's sword? This result made him feel like he was dreaming. Lin Ling, surrender immediately. Otherwise, I will kill him. Right after Green Ancestor's defeat, an angry roar came, causing Lin Ling to turn around. He saw the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god on the left and right respectively. They had Nanwufengyu in the middle with a ferocious expression. So it turned out that they saw Green Ancestor retreating and immediately knew that something was wrong. Thus, they immediately stared at Nanwufengyu in order to make Lin Ling fear him. Even though Nanwufengyu came with Lin Ling, they have never seen him before. Plus, there was no famous character in the 9 continents, so they assumed that Nanwufengyu was weak. Kill him? Lin Ling was a bit surprised and his sneer deepened. Even though he was confident that he was no weaker than Emperor Zhang Gang, he still felt that he didn't have the power to fight against Grandpa Treasure God. But now, the Duan lineage martial god and the others wanted to threaten Nanwufengyu? Don't they know that this will only lead to a faster death? Lin Ling, abolish your godhood and surrender. Otherwise, we will kill that old man. Green Ancestor looked at the Duan lineage martial god and the others and finally felt relieved. With the old man as a hostage, Lin Ling should be afraid of breaking the vases. It could be seen that he had been beaten by Lin Ling until he was scared. If you want to kill me, then kill me. However, at this moment, Lin Ling shook his head and withdrew from the first talent fusion. He put away the tyrannical Song sword. If you want to kill me, then kill me? The Duan lineage martial god and the others were stunned. Are you crazy? Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Green Ancestor shouted angrily and then said to the Duan lineage martial god and the others, break his arm or Lin Ling won't know how powerful we are. But the Duan lineage martial god and the others nodded and sneered at Lin Ling. They were going to break Nan Wufengyu's arm in front of Lin Ling. Lin Ling, keep pretending. I know you must be very nervous at this moment. You are just trying to deceive us and make us think that this old man is not important. Haha, unfortunately, do you really think we are stupid? Now I will break his arm. Watch carefully. The ancient martial god shouted angrily. However, after he spoke, he saw that Lin Ling did not care. Instead, he revealed a look of anticipation. This made him even more confused. Could it be that Lin Ling had a grudge against the old man, so he wanted to use his own people to kill the old man? If you can touch a hair on his head, then consider it my loss. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Ha, Lin Ling, you are indeed trying to deceive us. Duan lineage martial god, make your move. The ancient martial god no longer doubted Lin Ling. He nodded at the Duan lineage martial god and then, as if he was afraid that he was not strong enough, he joined the fray. How could the old man withstand two martial gods breaking an arm at the same time? Rumble! Their palms turned into blades and slashed out fiercely. They watched Lin Ling as they slashed out, because they believed that Lin Ling would admit defeat at the last moment. However, they were obviously disappointed. Not only was Lin Ling not worried, but the anticipation on his face was even stronger. Boom! When their blades landed on Nan Wufengyu's body, a sigh was heard. Sigh, old people are useless. I am about to be killed, but no one is worried about me. If this old man didn't have some strength left, I'm afraid he would have been killed today. A ferocious divine origin energy descended on the void, causing it to tremble continuously. Rumble! The Duan lineage martial god and the ancient martial god were sent flying. Although they were not injured, their mouths were wide open and snot was flowing out of their noses. They said in unison, God, God? They subconsciously recalled what Nan Wufengyu had said. If this old man didn't have some strength left, however, this was still considered a little strength? What a terrifying divine origin energy. Could it be a mid-stage lower deity? Or a late-stage lower deity? Green Ancestor was so frightened that his snot was flowing out of his nose, bouncing up and down like a yo-yo. Only now did they realize that the most terrifying person was the old man. His strength was probably not weaker than Divine Emperor Delay, and it was even possible that he was stronger. What made them want to cry was that they wanted to use the old man as a hostage. Chapter 43-36. This old man is called Treasure God Nan Wufengyu. As soon as they finished speaking, an old man appeared beside them. With a grab of his large hand, he directly grabbed the necks of the Duan lineage martial god and the Duan lineage martial god. After that, he violently slammed the two of them as if they were watermelons. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The two martial gods of Jiuzhou were knocked into each other's heads. Their noses bled and they were dizzy. Bang! 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 Treasure god Nan Wufengyu did not stop there. He slammed them back and forth. After dozens of slaps, the two martial gods were smashed beyond recognition. Run! On the other side, Qing Zhu saw that the situation was not right and immediately fled. However, could he escape? A sword suddenly hung in front of Qing Zhu's neck. In front of the sword, a sea of blood surged with murderous intent. It was terrifying. Qing Zhu did not dare to move anymore. He glanced to the side and saw Lin Ling standing there. He raised his sword and looked at him indifferently. Where did these two come from? Why are they so powerful? Moreover, they are so strong. However, according to the rumors in the void of Jiuzhou, they are not as strong as imagined. Cold sweat kept falling from Qing Zhu's forehead. He was filled with regret. Where are my grandfather and the others? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Yes, 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 Imperial Court. Qing Zhu did not dare to hide anything now. You said that your Emperor Delay wanted to become one of the four great gods. What's going on? Lin Ling asked again. A year ago, Eugene spread the news that Lei Gong was one of the hosts of the world will. In the following days, the 4 great gods were divided into 2 camps. Lei Gong became an independent camp. The other 3 great gods were his enemies. At that time, Eugene said that they wanted to control everything. Lei Gong. After all, the host of the world will is no small matter. Although Lei Gong was a god in the past, no one dared to ignore him. If Lei Gong is to be punished, then the 4 great gods will lack a position. Therefore, many hidden experts in JoJo want to replace Lei Gong. Our Emperor Di Lei is one of them. If she wants to take the position of Lei Gong, she needs to prove her allegiance. Therefore, she captured your grandfather and the others. Qing Zu's words made Lin Ling's eyes grow colder. Everything was as he had guessed. The news came from Eugene. Lin Ling immediately knew that it was Luli Empress. After all, Lin Ling had destroyed the records of the 8 gods on the 7th level. Among the challengers who went to the 7th level, only he, Lin Ling, knew about Lei Gong's identity. But before Lin Ling, the Spirit Nation knew about this news. Luli Empress was already a member of the Spirit Nation. Naturally, she would know about this news. It was even possible that this was part of the Spirit Nation's plan. Luli Empress was just one of the chess pieces. Luli Empress, you're a thief who wants to catch a thief. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent. That day on the island of the Spirit Nation, if it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts, he, Lin Ling, would have killed Luli Empress. Lin Ling, I'm afraid that Lei Gong's side is in big trouble. Let's immediately deal with this matter and go help him. At this time, Nan Wufengyu flew over and said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the 2 people in Nan Wufengyu's hands. His murderous intent surged. By the time he went to Lei Gong's hall, he should have dealt with the 2 martial gods. After all, they had surrendered last time. However, when Lei Gong's power weakened, they stirred up trouble again. If he didn't kill them, they would definitely do something in the future. Lin Ling, don't kill me. Sensing Lin Ling's gaze, the 2 martial gods' hearts trembled. Their faces turned pale and their bodies trembled. Nan Wufengyu also let them go. He knew that this was a grudge between them and Lin Ling. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Ling walked over with his sword. During the battle in the Yellow Sea, I almost wanted to kill you. I only spared your lives out of respect for the unrestrained sword martial god and the others. At that time, I said that when you see me, Lin Ling, you have to take a detour. However, today, you seem to have ignored my words. It's all in your ears. We know that we were wrong. We know that we were wrong. Give me another chance. The ancient martial god knelt down in the sky and kowtowed. He didn't expect that the rising star he saw in the divine world would directly threaten his life. One had to know that when the 9 continents investiture God, he didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Why do I need so many chances? Once is enough. Any more and it's just a waste of saliva. Lin Ling shook his head and raised the sword in his hand. No, don't. The ancient martial god kept kowtowing. Even the 12 martial gods of the 9 continents didn't have the slightest intention to resist. They only dared to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, when Lin Ling decided to kill someone, no one could change his mind. With a slash of the sword, the sea of blood drowned the ancient martial god, turning him into a part of the sea of blood. Lin Ling looked at the Duan lineage martial god. However, the Duan lineage martial god was different from the ancient martial god. He didn't have the slightest bit of hope. After all, the grudge between him and Lin Ling was greater. He knew that if he fell into Lin Ling's hands this time, he would no longer have a chance to live. I didn't expect that Lin Ling, who killed the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family back then, would be able to kill me with a sword now. Thinking back on everything, it really feels like a dream. The Duan lineage martial god sighed. Then, he closed his eyes slightly and said, "The cycle of karma. That day I killed you, Lin Ling. Now that I've fallen into your hands, I, the Duan lineage martial god, accept it. I only hope that you will be magnanimous and not cut off my Duan family's bloodline. I see that you are also a hero. Fine, I agree to your conditions. Go to the underworld and see Duan Wuhan." Lin Ling nodded and slashed out with his sword. Then he withdrew his sword and left. Above the void, a headless person knelt there like a statue. He stood there without falling. This was the Duan lineage martial god. Moreover, this headless person had a divine origin energy pervading his body. Unless one reached the god realm, ordinary people would find it difficult to get close to him. This was why this statue had been in the void for thousands of years and was seen by martial artists passing by. This was also Lin Ling's way of telling everyone in the 9 continents that this was the fate of the Duan lineage martial god who offended him, Lin Ling. Swoosh swoosh. At this moment, Lin Ling took Qing Zhu and shot into the distance. Gradually, huge fragments began to appear in front of them. There were many fragments floating in the void. From afar, it looked like a meteorite field. Fragments of the divine world? Treasure god Nan Wufengyu glanced around and frowned. I didn't expect that many fragments of the shattered divine world would float into the void of the 9 continents. Your divine Emperor Di Lei lives in this area? Chapter 43-37. Nan Wufengyu sneered and said, Divine Emperor Di Lei, this little guy, he thinks he's a god from the era of gods just because he's living in a fragment of the divine world. Ha, what a joke, he didn't even dare to fart when he saw me back then. Senior, you've met Divine Emperor Di Lei. Qing Zhu was shocked when he heard Nan Wufengyu's tone. He remembered that Divine Emperor Di Lei once said that there were no more than 10 people in the 9 continents that she was afraid of. Apart from the 4 great gods, there were 6 other people in the 9 continents. Could this old man be one of them? Of course I know her. I remember when she first came to the ancient forbidden forest, she acted like a god. However, I beat her until she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. She swore that she would never come to the ancient forbidden forest again. However, she kept her promise. After so many years, she really didn't come to the ancient forbidden forest again. Divine Emperor Di Lei is good at everything, but he's too narrow-minded. Nan Wufengyu said indifferently. Qing Zhu's legs went soft and he almost knelt down in the void. Because Nan Wufengyu mentioned the ancient forbidden forest, he finally knew who this old man was. Moreover, Divine Emperor Di Lei also said that there were 3 places in the 9 continents that she would never go to. One of them was the ancient forbidden forest. The main reason was that there was a god hidden in the ancient forbidden forest. All of this meant that Celestial Emperor Di Lei had seen this old man before and was very wary of him. Now that the old man had come to find him, the result was predictable. He never thought that Lin Ling would know such a big shot. We're here. Is it there? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over as he pointed at a large fragment in front of them. Yes, it's there. Green Ancestor immediately nodded, and Lin Ling led him to the island. As soon as he reached the sky above the island, he found that there were many people on the island. There were many experts, and they were all wearing the same long robes. Their faces were full of arrogance. Walk faster, you trash. Within a mansion, a 15 or 16-year-old youth was holding a whip and riding on an old man. The whip constantly lashed out, causing lightning to bloom, causing the old man's entire body to tremble. But the old man didn't dare to resist. He lay on the ground and carried the fat youth around the garden. Ha, interesting. The fat youth was clearly very excited as he shouted while eating the drumstick. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at an expert by his side and said, The few women I brought back this time are very pretty. Tonight, I want them to accompany me. Young master, that's not good. Lord Di Lei specifically asked for it. It's said that we have to hand it over. The person next to him immediately replied. However, his words were met with a whip from the youth. The man's body twitched, but he didn't dare to resist. I'm the son of God. Whatever I say goes. Bring those beauties over immediately. I want to take off their clothes. After the young man lashed out with his whip, he immediately laughed. Yes, young master. The expert didn't dare to resist. He immediately nodded and turned around to leave. At this moment, Lin Ling was hovering in the sky. His expression was cold and his eyes were red. He didn't say a word. He's the son of Divine Emperor Di Lei. Lord Di Lei usually spoils him the most, so he's a bit willful. But he's not a bad person. Ancestor Qing saw this scene and immediately said nervously. He clearly sensed Lin Ling's anger. This was because he also saw that the old man being ridden seemed to be Lin Ling's grandfather, Extreme Flame Ancestor. It seems like there's no room for martial god Di Lei's actions. Nanhua Fenyu also saw this scene and couldn't help but sigh and shake his head. He had lived in Snow City before and knew that the person Lin Ling respected the most was his grandfather. Not to mention riding the Extreme Flame Ancestor, even if he dared to curse him, Lin Ling would raise his sword and kill him. But now, this fat youth was riding Extreme Flame Ancestor. Didn't this completely incite Lin Ling's murderous intent? Moreover, the beauties the youth was talking about were probably Yu Yu's group. This touched Lin Ling's reverse scale once more. Experts had their own prestige, and Nanhua Fenyu was one of them. If someone dared to do this to his Xiaoyu, he would kill without mercy. Lin Ling was an indomitable master right now. If someone dared to do this to his loved ones, the result was obvious. Everyone on this island would die. Your name is Qing Zhu, right? At this moment, you'd better not say anything. Otherwise, you'll... Nanhua Fenyu looked at Ancestor Qing and said, "Or else what?" Ancestor Qing was startled and the corner of his mouth turned purple. "You will die a miserable death." Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu said word by word. His words made Ancestor Qing's legs go soft, and the smell of urine spread out. He knew that dying and dying miserably were two different things. Some experts had terrifying methods to torture others, and they could make them wish they were dead. You're still a god, yet you're scared to the point of pissing your pants. How shameful! Nanhua Fenyu immediately said with disdain after sensing the stench on Ancestor Qing's body. Meanwhile, Lin Ling's gaze landed on the mansion on the island. Boom! When he landed, the fat young man was stunned. The Extreme Flame Ancestor was also stunned. Then his pupils constricted. Having said that, his entire body trembled. Grandpaing is unfilial. Lin Ling clenched his teeth and knelt before Extreme Flame Ancestor. He knew that his grandpa should have enjoyed his old age in peace, but because of him, he had suffered so much. This made him feel like his heart was being cut by a knife. He hated himself for not being strong enough and ruthless enough. Wow, he's actually kneeling. Is he an idiot? However, the youth didn't know that the god of death had appeared in front of him. Instead, he saw Lin Ling kneeling before an old man and found it very amusing. "Young master, I've brought them." At this time, a guard brought Yu Yu and the others. They were bound by lightning chains and couldn't move at all. However, after seeing Lin Ling, they were delighted and said in unison, "Lin Ling." They clearly didn't expect Lin Ling to suddenly appear here. After all, they all thought that Lin Ling was still in the Eight Gods' heavenly palace. "Hee beauties, this young master is here." However, the youth was indeed fat and stupid. He still hadn't reacted. Even the guards reacted. After all, it was suspicious that a stranger had suddenly appeared in the mansion's garden. Moreover, when they heard Yu Yu and the others call him Lin Ling, they instantly sobered up. Could this be one of the 8 contemporary gods, Lin Ling? Chapter 43-38. However, Emperor Di Lei's son had always been like a crown prince on the island. He had never experienced any danger, so he still didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. Instead, he swaggered toward Yu Yu and the others. Lin Ling also stood up. Without any movement, he appeared in front of the boy. His big hand reached out and landed on the boy's crotch. "I'm afraid you won't be able to do it anymore." Crack! Lin Ling's palm slightly exerted force, and the sound of an egg breaking came out. The boy was stunned. He looked down at the palm between his legs and his face turned pale. "Balls? Broken? Crack!" As he spoke, the fat boy also looked down between his legs. His eyes turned red. He obviously knew that after his balls were broken, he could no longer do those things. "You've earned enough over the years. Since you've earned enough, don't play anymore." Crack! Lin Ling looked at him indifferently and withdrew his right hand. His palm was full of blood. The boy was so scared that he fell to the ground with a plop. At this time, he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Young master." Crack! The guards finally came to their senses. They looked at the crippled youth and finally understood what it meant to be in great trouble. It's over, it's over. If Lord D. Lay comes back and sees his son like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the 72 days of hell. Crack. What should we do? Crack. They were very anxious. Obviously, they were very afraid of Emperor D. Lay. They had completely forgotten that Lin Ling was in front of them, and he was the murderer who crippled the boy. Let me help you. As long as you die, everything will be easy. At this time, a cold and threatening voice quietly fell into the ears of those guards. They also completely reacted. They turned their heads and wanted to roar, but they were greeted by evil spirits. These evil spirits were very terrifying. They had a large number of tentacles and looked like a jellyfish. But the jellyfish was in the shape of a human skull. After rushing over, they finally understood the meaning of the previous sentence. Because they were going to die, why should they worry about how Emperor D. Lay would punish them? Crash. In the blink of an eye, all of the guards were devoured, and not even their corpses were left behind. Grandpa. After dealing with these people, Lin Ling rushed over and helped Patriarch Extreme Flame up from the ground. Silly child, a real man doesn't cry easily. He doesn't kneel to the heavens or the earth. How could you kneel down so casually? If the leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance saw this, it would definitely affect your prestige. After Ancestor Extreme Flame stood up, he didn't mention the trouble he had encountered. Instead, he worriedly spoke to Lin Ling. Right now, Lin Ling was also a giant in the 9 prefectures. No one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, if the scene of him kneeling was spread out, it would naturally affect his prestige. Ling is willing. What's more, what I, Lin Ling, want to do, it's not up to them to tell me what to do. If they don't accept it, I'll just kill them all. Seeing that Ancestor Extreme Flame was fine, Lin Ling hurriedly said with a smile. However, the last sentence carried a threatening murderous aura, like a rolling sea of blood. This was because Lin Ling knew that he was too merciful. If he had killed the Duan lineage martial god and the eternal martial god back then, would the current martial god D. Lay dare to provoke him? Although Lin Ling was strong, he couldn't take care of everything. For example, this time, if martial god D. Lay's people came to find him, Lin Ling wouldn't have been able to come back one step later. Therefore, at some point, it was important to have a fierce reputation. If it could stop Lin Ling from going to the final world, no one in Snow-Blowing City would dare to do so. Provoke. Next, Lin Ling also cut the chains on Yu and the others. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling still noticed that the divine power left behind by the chains was very strong. It was of the lightning attribute and was not much weaker than Lei Zhi's true body. It seemed that martial god D. Lay still had some real skills. Brother Ling. Brother Ling. Lin Ling. Brother Ling. After Yu and the others got free, they rushed over and hugged Lin Ling. Sorry, I'm late. Brother Ling. Lin Ling looked at his lovely wives and said with guilt. Of course, when he said that, his eyes were full of killing intent. Because if he had come one step later, that little fatty would have done something to Yu and the others. And he, Lin Ling, was now one of the 8 new gods. How dare someone do this to his family? It's not Brother Ling's fault. We are useless. Brother Ling. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Yu and the others immediately said, It's not that you are useless. It's because there is a great change in Lei Gong's main hall this time, so many experts have been dispatched. They are also very powerful. You can't fight against them. Lin Ling stroked the hair of his lovely wives and shook his head, because he also knew that if it weren't for the gods, who could hurt them in the void of the 9 regions? There were definitely not many people who could reach Yu and the others. After all, Lin Ling had snatched the precious palace from a boundary deity named Shuezun, who was a true disciple of Miao Shen. That kind of treasure could guarantee that no martial gods could break it, unless they were gods. Let's go and save Big Brother. Go! Then Lin Ling brought Yu and the others out of the garden. Of course, when he left, he also used his divine origin to form a cage and brought the unconscious young master away. Where's my big brother? Go! After leaving the garden, Lin Ling arrived at the mansion. Soon after, he let out a loud roar. His surging murderous aura seemed to have materialized and shook the entire mansion. Moreover, after he rushed out of the mansion, everyone in the surrounding area sensed him. What a strong killing intent. What happened? Go! It seems to be coming from the Imperial Palace. Not good, let's go there immediately. Go! It's over, it's over. If something happens to the Imperial Palace, we will be in trouble when Lord D. Lay returns. Go! The expressions of the experts on the entire island changed drastically, and they all rushed in the direction of the mansion. At this moment, the experts in the mansion were the first to arrive. These experts were extraordinary, and 2 of them were early-stage lower gods. It could be seen that God Emperor D. Lay dared to seize the position of a god. She did have some confidence. Young master! Young master! Those experts soon saw the young man behind Lin Ling, and they all shouted anxiously. For you! How dare you catch the young master? Let him go immediately! Young master! Everyone was furious, but they didn't dare to act rashly. I'll cripple him! Young master! However, compared to the anger of the crowd, Lin Ling's anger was not much weaker than theirs. This was because he had no enmity with God Emperor D. Lay. It was the latter who took the initiative to provoke him. What? Young master! Hearing Lin Ling's words, everyone took a closer look. Many of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground with a plop, because they also saw that their young master was actually crippled. Chapter 43-39. This murderous aura was so strong that it made people feel cold from the outside to the inside, and from the inside to the soul. As long as one was not a deity, all of them were trembling at this moment. Those who were weak could not even stand properly. What's going on? Why is this murderous aura so strong? Damn. Who is he? Is he Lin Ling? Damn. Oh my god, why is Lin Ling here? Damn. Everyone was shocked, and they were even more surprised by Lin Ling's speed. After all, they had just caught Lin Ling not long ago. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ling had come to find them. I was wondering who was so arrogant. So it's the 8 new deities of this era. Hee, the new deities are indeed powerful, but it doesn't affect us much. Damn! At this moment, an aged voice resounded, and it was like a stabilizing needle that caused the panicked hearts of everyone to gradually calm down. This old man was one of the 3 elders of the imperial court, Man Chao. This old man's strength was at the early stage of the lower deity realm, and he was as famous as Ancestor Qing and the others. Looking at Lin Ling, although he was also very powerful, they obviously thought that Lin Ling was not a match for the new deities. As for Lin Ling's murderous aura, it was indeed terrifying. However, murderous aura was still murderous aura, and it did not represent one's cultivation realm. Thinking of this, the henchman of Divine Emperor D. Lay became bolder. He walked towards Lin Ling with a malicious expression as if he wanted to capture Lin Ling alive. Lin Ling, this is the Imperial Court, the home of Divine Emperor D. Lay. I don't care if you are a bullshit new deity. Here, even if you are a dragon, you will still have to coil up. Even if you are a tiger, you will still have to lie down. Damn! The old man named Man Chao smiled sinisterly and no longer talked nonsense. He attacked Lin Ling. He stretched out his hand and his divine origin surged, forming a scene of thousands of divine grasses growing wildly. These divine grasses were like endless tentacles, covering the sky and covering the earth as they moved towards Lin Ling. Second brother, don't worry about me. Take you, grandpa, and leave quickly. At this time, a worried shout was heard. Sakura was held hostage by several people and was walking over from afar. Those people who were holding Sakura were afraid that Lin Ling would be too presumptuous, so they took Sakura as a hostage. But now, it seemed that they were thinking too much. Brother Ling, be careful. Yu and the others also worriedly shouted. Because from the voices of the lackeys around them, they also knew that the old man called Man Chao seemed to be a god. And their understanding of Lin Ling was only that of a martial god. Although at that time Lin Ling could fight with a god, but in the end, he was still a god. This battle didn't mean that he wasn't afraid of the deity realm. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. He raised the sword in his hand and slashed forward. If this Manchow was a lower god in the Age of Gods, Lin Ling would still be cautious. However, this Manchow obviously rose up in the Age of Gods. This kind of half-baked god, Lin Ling did not put him in his eyes. The sea of blood surged as the sword slashed out. The murderous aura was thicker than before. And in the sea of blood, the old man called Manchow felt it the most. Because he felt a power that didn't seem to belong to divine origin and divine origin. Could it be the legendary steps of gods? Swoosh! Just as he was thinking, the sword arrived and cut all the divine grasses. Then, with a bang, under the eyes of countless people, an arm fell to the ground. It was Manchow's arm. What the fuck is going on? Shit! This strange scene undoubtedly frightened everyone. Because, in their opinion, although Lin Ling was a new god and there was hope that he could fight with a god, there was only hope. However, the result in front of them was that Manchow's arm was cut off with a sword. Was there still hope? It was simply a one-sided suppression. However, in the next moment, they were once again scared silly by Lin Ling. They were not shocked by Lin Ling's strength, but by Lin Ling's methods. They saw that Lin Ling held the blood sword in his hand and was expressionless as he continuously slashed. With every slash, not only did Manchow's body appear, but a large piece of flesh was also cut off. It looked as if he could not resist at all. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Just like this, a large amount of flesh was cut off by the sword. Manchow, who was originally somewhat fat, was now cut into a thin man. At this moment, the old man called Manchow also let out a painful howl. He naturally wanted to resist, but he found that there was an unknown power that was actually sealing him. He could only watch as he continuously turned into a skeleton. So scary. The surrounding people finally let out nervous voices. It was easy to kill a person, but to not let a person die, and to personally experience their own flesh and blood being continuously reduced, and to taste the pain of death by 1,000 cuts, this was not easy. But Lin Ling had done this, and he was also telling everyone that he dared to do this. This is the consequence of touching the people of the Lin family. Wah! Ugh! In the end, a large number of people in the surrounding area vomited. Even though they were considered people who killed people like flies, they were still completely frightened by this scene. Hurry up and run! Run! They did not care so much and fled in all directions. However, Lin Ling was already prepared. Powerful divine origin gushed out, and then he slashed out with his sword again. In every direction, the divine origin merged with the sea of blood, forming a terrifying sea that drowned everything. Those who tried to escape were drowned by the sea of blood before they could even get far. They tumbled up and down as they screamed for help. In the end, they turned into a torrential pool of blood. Are you going to kill them all? One of the 3 great elders of Emperor Delay, the old man called Old Jing, roared with red eyes because he also saw that the experts of the imperial court were submerged by the blood river. At first, they were rolling up and down, but in the end, all of them turned into blood, leaving only white bones floating in the sea. This method was obviously not effective. It was more cruel than this. Why didn't you say this when you caught my people? Ha! Lin Ling looked at the old man expressionlessly and said, although we caught your people, we did not kill any of them. But you, on the other hand, want to kill everyone in the imperial court. Ha! The old man roared again, looking at Lin Ling as if he was an enemy who had killed his father. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and said softly, if we were not still useful, do you think you would not kill our people? As soon as this sentence fell, the old man could not refute. After all, Emperor Delay wanted to capture Yu and the others. Naturally, he wanted to use Yu and the others to threaten Lin Ling, so if Yu and the others were not useful, they would have been killed long ago. Trash is full of nonsense. Lin Ling was too lazy to explain anything. He slashed out with his sword, and a sea of blood surged toward the old man. The old man's strength was comparable to Ancestor Qing's. Even Ancestor Qing could not stop Lin Ling, so how could he succeed? Chapter 4340. Pluff, pluff, pluff. Beautiful flowers bloomed in the streets and alleys. Those who were hit by the divine energy would explode and die. Your Excellency, please spare us. This has nothing to do with us. Your Excellency, please spare us. Run! The people on the island didn't expect such a calamity to befall the paradise of martial god Di Lei. Nothing to do with you? All of you must die because you are related to martial god Di Lei. Lin Ling's eyes flashed mercilessly because Yu Yu's group didn't provoke martial god Di Lei. However, they were implicated because of Lin Ling. As long as these people were related to martial god Di Lei, they would be implicated as well. This was karma. But the merciless sea of blood continued to reap people's lives. This was the first time Lin Ling had massacred 100,000 martial gods since the Spirit Nation Island. It should be known that after he went to the final world, he had not killed so many people in one go even when he returned 100 years ago. However, although Lin Ling was killing, his heart was as clear as a mirror. This was because after becoming a god, he had gained a deeper understanding of the universal void Great Tao. He also knew that killing was also a part of the Great Tao of the void. It was indispensable. For example, when winter came and everything was frozen to death, this was also killing. However, no one thought that winter was merciless and cruel. Everything was relative. Dead, all dead. Dead. On the other side of the island, Qing Zu's heart trembled as he watched the people dying. He didn't expect to pay such a great price for offending Lin Ling. Later on, he looked at the barbarian grass that had been cut into skeletons on the ground and finally understood what Nan Wufengyu meant by dying a miserable death. A divine spring? Yes. Suddenly, Lin Ling's gaze shifted and he saw almost 100 divine springs in a mountain range. He immediately smashed the mountain range with his palm and then waved his right hand. His divine energy was like countless invisible hands that gathered all the divine springs hidden in the mountain range. He didn't expect martial god Di Lei to have so many treasures. Holy Spring. When Lin Ling went to Miaoxin's true inheritance, he spent a lot of treasures to exchange for a few. Later on, he used them all to break through. However, there were over 100 of them here. It was obviously a huge sum of money. It should be known that the Emperor Crystal was no longer of much help to a cultivator at the late martial god realm. It required too much Emperor Crystal. Powerful experts used the Holy Spring to break through to the deity realm. The Holy Spring, which was a product of the void, was absolutely helpful. It could restore one's divine origin. This was because the number was beyond imagination. Otherwise, after all these years, treasure god Nan Wufengyu and the others would have broken through long ago precisely because of insufficient cultivation resources. So many innate divine weapons? After that, Lin Ling's gaze swept around again. In the depths of the mountain range, he discovered a treasury. With a slap of his right hand, the mountain range exploded, and countless treasures floated out. That go board is quite extraordinary. What is that broken ball of mud? And this jar? Under the control of Lin Ling's divine origin, all the treasures flew to him. Except for the innate divine weapons above the 8th grade, Lin Ling ignored them all. After all, the weapons below the 8th grade were not as powerful as Lin Ling's attack. However, the weapons above the 8th grade were quite extraordinary. Lin Ling didn't expect Celestial Emperor Di Lei to have so much wealth. No wonder he dared to challenge a god. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't know that Celestial Emperor Di Lei had robbed his home when he wasn't home. Tiki, this martial god Di Lei is really a treasure collector. These treasures are extraordinary. At this time, treasure god Nan Wufengyu flew over and clicked his tongue in amazement. My lord's treasures. As for Ancestor Qing, he had seen these treasures before. In the past, Celestial Emperor Di Lei would take them out to admire at a certain time. This made Ancestor Qing and the others jealous, but they could only look at them and not touch them. Now, these treasures were all in Lin Ling's hands. Lin Ling, among so many treasures, only these 3 required divine origin to activate. Treasure god Nan Wufengyu grabbed with his right hand and a go board appeared in his hand. He examined it carefully and said in surprise, Universe Qingtian Formation? This is a formation board. However, although my spirit formation Tao is good, I still can't understand it. Lin Ling, you do it. He tossed the chessboard over to Lin Ling, who caught it. Lin Ling's mastery of world spirit techniques was very powerful to begin with. He was even capable of setting up a grand formation capable of killing gods. Merely, a grand formation like that required a lot of materials. Lin Ling was unable to gather them all at once. Thus, the Great Universal Qingtian formation was not a problem for Lin Ling. Trap formation. After examining it carefully, Lin Ling cried out in surprise. Trap formation? Treasure God Nan Wufenyu asked curiously. Lin Ling nodded. Divine origin and soul power poured in to activate the Go board in his hand. If one wanted to control a high-level formation, the difficulty was obviously much higher. It required powerful soul power and divine origin. After the Go board was activated by Lin Ling, it grew bigger. Then, 19 huge blue pillars appeared, towering under the sky with divine might. Those pillars were motionless. After they grew bigger and took shape, a huge blue hall appeared in front of Lin Ling and the others. This hall was also very grand and gave people a feeling of profoundness. Once this formation is activated, it can trap people. Those are the 19 pillars of Fong Nan. They are made from 9,999 rare treasures. After 7,999 years of forging, once one enters the formation, even gods will find it hard to escape. Lin Ling also explained, at present, powerful spirit formation divine formations are generally divided into 3 types. The first is offensive formation, the second is defensive formation, and the third is trap formation. All spirit formation divine formations are created from these 3 types of spirit formation divine formations. There are offensive formations and defensive formations, trap formations and offensive formations. This universe Qingtian formation is a true trap formation. It doesn't have any offensive power. Treasure God Nan Wufenyu nodded in shock. To be able to trap gods, TSK, this is probably Martial God D Lay's trump card. Yes, I reckon so. But now this spell formation belongs to us. Lin Ling smiled and put away the universal Qingtian formation. Then he looked at the other treasure. This treasure was also the only one he couldn't see through. This was because there were 8 of them. They were 8 dark and swarthy balls of mud. Heavenly Star Lightning, this treasure is freakish. It was created by a god suppressing the heavenly star lightning of the divine realm. 1 lightning bolt is equivalent to the full power strike of a peak low god. 8 lightning bolts. Unless one is fast enough to escape the lightning, even a god would be blasted to pieces. Chapter 43-41. So powerful! Wow! Lin Ling was shocked as well, and then he was overjoyed. His soul power had noticed that there was a trace of the power of the god's stairway hidden within the mud ball. What about this jar? Wow! Then, Lin Ling took out the last treasure he couldn't see through. This jar was as big as a wine jar, but it was very exquisite. There were mysterious words written on the surface, and there was a golden lid on top. This jar seems to be a set with the chessboard from before. Wow! Nan Wufenyu looked up and down, because this jar seemed to be used to store chess pieces. Upon hearing that, Lin Ling opened the jar. However, the contents of the jar were very ordinary. There were only countless white beans. These beans were also very exquisite, just like soybeans. Could it be the legendary bean soldiers? Wow! Suddenly, Nan Wufenyu shouted in shock. Lin Ling, try to throw a bean. Remember, use your spirit energy to activate it. Wow! But, wow! Lin Ling nodded. His divine energy was clearly much more powerful than his world essence. It could imitate anything. Hence, Lin Ling pinched a bean between his fingers and took it out. However, when he poured his divine energy into the bean, he discovered that the bean seemed to have changed. It was as though he was holding a person. After he threw it, the bean exploded in the air, and then clouds floated out, and an old man walked out from the clouds. This old man is here, what is it? Wow! The old man had a long sword on his back, and he wore an emerald green robe. He looked like a master, and after he appeared, he stroked his beard and smiled at Lin Ling's group. Lin Ling and Nan Wufenyu were a little surprised. What was this strange guy's background? My name is Yi Liangchen, and I like to attack people who think they are outstanding. Sirs, do you need my help? Wow! The old man was still stroking his beard with a smile. Cut this place. Wow! Lin Ling was just testing it out, so he spoke casually. Hearing this, the old man looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. The sword in his hand floated out and was held by him. He said indifferently, Liang Chen doesn't like to cause trouble, but he is also not someone who is afraid of trouble. After he finished speaking, he slashed out with his sword. Boom! The entire island was sliced into two halves by the sword. Smoke billowed as it was completely destroyed. Now, everyone in the imperial court was dead, and even the island was destroyed. Ancestor Qing's face was pale, and he bit his lips, not daring to say a word. This old man is leaving. After completing Lin Ling's instructions, the old man let out a carefree laugh and his body exploded, turning into a cloud of mist and disappearing. Is this what it means to turn beans into soldiers? Lin Ling was tongue-tied, because he was surprised by the strength of the old man. And there was a whole can of beans like this. If all of them were spilled, wouldn't that mean that he had the help of a large number of deities? This is also a great treasure. Of course, the old man who spilled it out seems to be a bit too arrogant. Treasure god Nanwufengyu was also surprised, and then he murmured, "These treasures, I'm afraid that Emperor Di Lei found them in the divine realm. Maybe she had already been to the divine realm in the past, so she has been missing all these years. But now it's all ours." Lin Ling smiled contentedly and gave all the other treasures to Yu and the others, leaving only 3 treasures for himself. Let's go back immediately. I guess Lei Gong's palace is also in a state of emergency. Then, Lin Ling led everyone away. Emperor Di Lei is already so strong, and it's not only Emperor Di Lei who wants to harm Lei Gong. It seems that there will be a fierce battle later. On the way, treasure god Nanwufengyu sighed. Fortunately, we have plundered some treasures here, at least they can help a lot. Now, I hope Emperor Zhang Gang and the others can withstand the pressure. Lin Ling nodded and then sped up. When they reached the final world, he asked Yu and the others to leave first, and then he and treasure god Nanwufengyu went up the divine stairs. Let me go, it hurts so much. Behind Lin Ling, the fat boy was still tied up. At this moment he shouted angrily. Of course, the pain in his crotch made him cry and snot. Young master, you'd better not shout. Beside him, Green Ancestor immediately said with a wry smile. After witnessing Lin Ling's domineering destruction of the imperial court, he knew that Emperor Di Lei had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke. Lin Ling ignored them and continued to speed up. When he was about to reach Lei Gong's palace, a series of roars came, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire Tianji. Sure enough, the battle has begun. Lin Ling's body flickered as he rushed past the divine stairs and finally arrived at the peak of the clouds. He glanced around and saw that half of the ancient Thunder God Great Hall had already been destroyed. A large number of experts were fighting in the surroundings, clashing with each other. Of course, Lin Ling could easily see that one side was weaker and the other was stronger. After all, one side had 2 gods working together, and the only one resisting was Lei Gong's side. Eugene, the Titanic Crescent God's people are here. The Qirishan and Lei Gong have a good relationship, so they didn't attack Lei Gong at this moment. Lin Ling instantly figured out what was going on. Although the Qirishan didn't come to help, it was enough to prove their loyalty. After all, the 4 gods' goal was to fight against the world will, so anyone related to the world will was an enemy of the 9 continents. Now, Lei Gong was the host of the world will, but the Qirishan didn't come to deal with him. Was this not enough of a friend? Lin Ling is back. Suddenly, many of the divine paladins on Lei Gong's side saw Lin Ling and were overjoyed. Lin Ling, you're back. Quick, go help Lord Lei Gong. The leader was a divine general, and at this moment, he shouted excitedly. Lin Ling, one of the 8 new gods. The experts on Eugene's side also looked over. When they saw Lin Ling and Lei Gong who had just rushed out of the divine stairs, they couldn't help but be shocked. It would be a lie if they said they weren't afraid of the 8 new gods. What's there to be afraid of? He's Lei Gong's man. Maybe he has already joined the Spirit Nation. In my opinion, we should kill him as well. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly sounded. The one who spoke was the seventh prince. At this moment, he looked at Lin Ling angrily and sneered, "Lin Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. You can only wait to be captured. Once it's clear that you have nothing to do with the world will, Eugene and the rest will clear your name." Clear your name? In the past, he was also completely afraid of Lin Ling. However, now that Lei Gong was the host of the world will, as long as Lin Ling wasn't a fool, he would definitely cut ties with Lei Gong. The premise was that Lin Ling had to be controlled by Eugene and the rest. The so-called control naturally meant that he would put down his weapons and be obedient. Chapter 43-42. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? Stop! The seventh prince also shouted anxiously when he sensed the strong wind blowing towards him. He would never have thought that Lin Ling had no intention of compromising at all. Even if he knew that the Thunder God was the host body of the world's will, he would still support the Thunder God. The seventh prince lowered his head and immediately saw that his chest had been clawed open by a hand. His life force was also constantly dissipating. If you want to touch Lei Gong, you will have to do it over my dead body. Stop! Lin Ling said in a low voice. His words caused the experts from Eugene to tremble. This meant that Lin Ling was now an enemy of the 9 states. While everyone was still in shock, the seventh prince lowered his head in disbelief. He realized that a powerful force was destroying everything in his body. Lin Ling, you have become a god. He raised his head abruptly and his eyes were filled with shock. Die! Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at him. With a shake of his hand, a sea of blood spread out and killed the seventh prince. With his current strength, killing the seventh prince was as easy as flipping his hand. To the crowd, this tyrannical method was undoubtedly bloody and crazy. This was because the seventh prince was a trial taker and had a high status. He was obviously a few levels higher than the paladins of the gods. Killing a trial taker was a blatant act of rebellion against the gods. Kill Lin Ling. The people from the various gods roared in anger. In their eyes, Lin Ling had rebelled. Although Lin Ling's name had spread throughout the 9 states, Lin Ling was now facing the 4 gods. How could he go against the gods? Lin Ling really dares to kill. The eyes of Lei Gong's people narrowed. Although they were also fighting against the people from Eugene, they obviously did not dare to kill them. After all, they still thought that these people were on the same side. There must be a misunderstanding. Lin Ling is now a member of the will of the realm. Kill Lin Ling. At this moment, more and more experts arrived from the distant sky. Their killing intent was surging. Die, all of you! However, Lin Ling did not show any mercy. The tyrannical song sword appeared in his hand. With a slash, a sea of blood spread and drowned the experts in an instant. So powerful! Seeing the people who were gradually drowning in the sea of blood, Lei Gong's people gasped. Although Lin Ling was one of the 8 new gods, his strength was not enough to kill so many experts. Unless Lin Ling's to increase his strength. Where is His Excellency? After temporarily dealing with the group of people, Lin Ling looked at the old man and asked. In the palace. Lin Ling, quickly go and help him. Now that Eugene and the Titanic Crescent God have gone, along with many other challengers, our mission is to prevent more experts from entering the palace and reduce the pressure on His Excellency Lei Gong. The people looked at Lin Ling and said. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He had a feeling that with this group of people, they would not be able to stop more experts. Why don't we go in together? Lin Ling suggested. Lin Ling, we appreciate your kindness. We know what you are thinking. Although we cannot change fate, we will do our best to do what we should do, even if it means death. The old man said word by word. It was obvious that he was loyal to Lei Gong. His heart was devoted. All right. Lin Ling could not bear to persuade them anymore. Regardless of the outcome, they might die outside the palace, but it was their own choice. If Lin Ling continued to stop them, it would be an insult to them. Capture Lei Gong alive. At this moment, a large number of experts came from the distant horizon. They were all martial gods. No one knew what kind of reward Eugene had given them to make these people fight with their lives on the line. Die all of you. Looking at the greedy cockroaches, Lin Ling's heart was filled with murderous intent. He slashed out with his sword. The sea of blood spread out once again. With a single slash, tens of thousands of experts were killed. It was ruthless and cold. Tyrannical singing sword's steps of slaughter is gradually reaching perfection. Once it reaches perfection, it will not be used for a short period of time. After killing those experts, Lin Ling thought to himself. He had already activated the tyrannical singing sword. However, the steps of slaughter of the scabbard had a time limit. Once he killed a certain number of people, the scabbard would enter a dormant state. Just like in Spirit Nation Island, Lin Ling had killed a large number of martial gods at once. In the end, the tyrannical singing sword could not be used. Lin Ling, go ahead. I will help them. I will look for you later. At this moment, Nanhua Fenyu spoke. He obviously knew that Lin Ling wanted to help these people who were not afraid of death. However, with so many people coming from all directions, Lin Ling was not at ease. Thank you, Grandpa Treasure God. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately nodded and pounced toward the palace's gate. However, just as he reached the gate, a powerful attack shot out from the gate. It turned into a flaming rope and completely tied Lin Ling up. Now that the palace was full of enemies, if he was not careful, he could easily die. Lin Ling. Seeing this, the experts outside the gate anxiously shouted. Only Treasure God Nanhua Fenyu had a cold smile on his face. He was not worried at all. Immediately, several figures walked out of the gate. They were all trial takers. One of them was Wangu Yanhui. When he saw Lin Ling tied up by the flaming rope, he immediately laughed excitedly. He had wanted Lin Ling to die for a long time, but he did not dare to touch Lin Ling because of Lei Gong's power. It was also a good opportunity. Another one. However, his laughter did not last long because Lin Ling, who was tied up in front of him, shook his body. The flaming rope was shattered into pieces, causing Wangu Yanhui and the others to open their mouths in disbelief. Because this flaming rope was a grade 9 divine artifact, bestowed to them by the gods. As long as one was a martial god realm expert, once trapped, they would not be able to break free for half an hour. This rope was called the World God Rope, and it was obtained from the divine world. Lin Ling only needed to be tied up for half an hour. It was enough for them to kill Lin Ling. Unless Lin Ling was no longer a martial god realm expert. While they were still in shock, a sword slashed down, sharp and clean, and overflowing with killing intent. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Several heads flew into the air, sucked into the roiling sea of blood. Wangu Yanhui was among them. He naturally died with his eyes wide open. If he knew that Lin Ling had such strength, he would have avoided Lin Ling immediately. After all, although he could kill Lin Ling now, Lin Ling could also kill him. Several more trial takers died in Lin Ling's hands.